Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone for joining in person. I'd like to thank all of you for coming on Zoom. Thank you so much. Thank you again to Chrissy, Tom, all the people here that have made this possible. Thank you so much for helping with all the sound and all the tech, everything, and for supporting me in such a comfortable, hospitable way. It's been really very sweet. Thank you so much. And for all the people Jamyang leads, making this possible. Thank you. So let's get together with our mind. Just keep it, let's just figure out how's it going today. So we'll start with some meditation and just find that comfortable place. And I'm gonna add on, we're very familiar, once again, with this, what we call the 7-point Vairocana posture, the standard meditation posture in this tradition. I'm aware there's variations on meditation posture, so eventually you can adapt, but it's nice to try something once. And so some years ago, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, we had these retreats that went on in the States on the East Coast called Light of the Path. And I think there were 4 of them. I went to all of them because I was living on the East Coast at that point. They were wonderful. They went from 2 to 4 weeks, each one, and fantastic opportunity for those in the States or those that could get there. And so then suddenly, after a few of these retreats, Rinpoche started talking about the 7-point Vairocana posture. So my mind went like, oh, I've heard that before. So again, we want to figure out, how do we approach these teachings now as a student? How am I listening? How am I listening? So we talked about the issues of the pot last night. You know, is the lid on too tightly? Is there a hole in the bottom? Is it dirty in the pot? So we want to listen well. Try to focus as much as you can. I know sometimes the mind wanders. It's normal. And the other thing is, what kind of disciple do you show up, a student? It's not like you're my students or but just when you come to teachings. And they actually add on that we want to see, if you can see the teachers, the Buddha, okay, that's really high level teachers, right? We have teachers at different levels. But to think about the teacher is disseminating the medicine of Dharma. So the teacher's like a doctor, and they're giving you medicine, and the issue for you is, will I apply the medicine and use it? Because sometimes we do go to the doctor, right? And they say, here's what you need to do, and we go, yeah, I'm not going to do that, right? So then what happens is we don't get better. So, and what I'm saying here is the hassles are going to continue to show up in your life because you're not fixing your mind. And the mind's completely fixable. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you. You're absolutely perfect the way you are in some ways. I really feel that the universe is providing us with some really perfect messages every moment, And here's the catch about what kind of student shows up: if I'm open. So if I'm open to catch the messages and I'm as aware as I can, awake as I can be, then I'm a little bit more receptive. So I came to this teaching and Rinpoche said 7-point Vairocana posture, and part of my mind just shut down. Oh, I know that. Okay. So there's the lid on too tightly. And then Rinpoche started to discuss the posture. Okay. And it was like I had never heard it before. Right? So when you come back in and you clue in, and it was perfect. It was so, the standard. So I mentioned, we talked last night, posture of the hands, right palm on the left, but it's right against the body. So for those of you online, oops, can't see now. Okay. Anyway, my hands are right against the level of the navel. It's great when you're ordained because you have a little shelf there where your robe turns over. So because some people aren't comfortable, so they put their hands in their lap and then you slouch. So it's a very alert. You want to be alert when you meditate, because the beginning of everything is awareness, that mindfulness level. So yeah, the arms go out, but what the arms remind you as the arms go out, some of you can see online, is these are the 2 wings of the bird that fly to enlightenment. So the right side represents bodhicitta, our method. How are we going to do it? With compassion. is how I want to move along this path. The left side, the left arm, is my view, wisdom. And that's what, so it's all a reminder. My robes are all symbolic. It's all a reminder, why I have points here, for instance. So if I put my robes on, so these are the representative of the fangs of the Lord of Death. So I put my robes on with a remembrance of death and impermanence. You want to have that in your mind every day. Why? Because it motivates you to practice. Motivates you to practice. So, and then there's folds of my robes that represent the Four Noble Truths. So in the front, fortunately, where I'm heading, this is the first teaching the Buddha gave. Okay. First truth, as many of you know, there is suffering. Okay. Suffering exists. Like, recognize suffering is what he's saying. So I was a little dismayed by that when I got into Buddhism. Like, this guy gets enlightened, and then the first teaching is about suffering, not about happiness. I was like, why doesn't he talk about love and happiness? Suffering, right? But it's because you can't get to love and happiness till you understand how you suffer, to get rid of the suffering, okay? So we've got suffering, and these are the folds behind me. I'm moving away from that. Cause of the suffering, moving away from that. First two truths. There's suffering and there's a cause. So we first have to explore that to dismantle the cause. Truth number 3, there's an end to the suffering. That's dismantling the cause. And truth number 4, this is where I'm headed, is there's a path to the end. And fortunately, because of centers like this, there's people that provide a place for you to do that work. Yeah, no, I'm going to do that as soon as I can get my robe back on. So they look moderately composed. Moderately. Okay, there we go. Okay. So these are things we hear the teachings, they go in, and we'll kind of student, but we don't synthesize and analyze. We just go, oh, they're suffering, and so really think about it, And what happens if you just take the first noble truth, suffering exists, there is suffering. Explore how you suffer. And what happens in our cultures is we're pretty comfortable. So we have a confusion about our comfort is a type of suffering, because we can't hang on to it, and it changes and it ends, and there's a suffering of change. Suffering of change. So, I looked at my suffering of change last night so there was sun in the afternoon and the room got really warm, and I'm not a warm weather person, not a real hot weather person. So the room was really warm, and then I'm sitting on the couch, but the sun was right on the couch. So then I kept shifting, right? So you'd shift. But when I woke up in the morning, it was chilly in here. Okay, so there's the suffering of change. You go, oh, and you just, so that's mundane. That's stuff you easily track, and you notice when you go to a restaurant, for instance, you come in, you're hungry, you're all excited, and you look at the menu, and oh, I want that, and I want to save room for dessert, that looked good, and and there's all this excitement, but by the last bit of the food, it's over now. Like, you don't even want any more food. And it doesn't look appealing at all, what's left on the plate. And then you kind of go, I don't really have room for dessert now. So this is all suffering a change that we don't really label as suffering but the more you understand impermanence and change, leading the biggest change, the biggest transition, our death, then it gets you ready, it gets you more motivated to practice, because we don't know when that's coming. Could be today. I hope it's not for any of us. But, so we really need to keep investing in the mind like that. So back to the meditation posture. So that the hands are right against the body, keeping you erect. And you've got that symbolism again of method and wisdom to remind ourselves. And then what you do is the head is a little bit tipped forward. If you're up here, you get a lot of distraction. Okay? And if you're down here, drowsiness comes. So it's all very practical. And Tibetan Buddhism, I find, enormously practical. So Westerners, though, are very hard on themselves. We feel like we have to push and squeeze. It's not where meditation comes from. And the Tibetans I've met, they're so relaxed. The Dalai Lamas, they laugh, and we have these intense, views on things, and they're like, just, relax. This. So really coming from that relaxed place. So the head, then again, if you're very distracted, lightly close your eyes. And the eyes are focused down towards the tip, tip of the nose or the floor and the space in front. So everything's driving in, very subdued. Or if you're drowsy, just open your eyes a little bit. Perfectly fine. You can let a little bit of light in. Very useful. And then if you want to go further, the lips are lightly together. The teeth are slightly apart. So you want to have the jaw, mouth relaxed. And some people curl their tongue to touch the upper palate and the mouth behind the front teeth. So you can just experiment. But the reason is it cuts down on the production of saliva. And that can cause you to swallow a lot when you're meditating, which can distract you. So everything has a practicality. And I remember a teacher many years ago, these friends of mine were doing long Shine retreat with this great master, Genlam Rinpa. He was amazing. And they were in the States doing some. So this was very concentrated. In 6 months, you can attain Shine, calm abiding, if you have all the right conditions in a retreat setting. So they were trying to do that with him, and he was guiding, and was a great meditator. He passed away. And then at one point, one of the students asked and said, and she was trying to sit in full lotus position, which is very difficult, but you can practice yoga and you can get your hips a bit more flexible, but she was trying very intently. And then she said that her ankles were digging into her, and she asked him, and she thought there's some thing to adjust. And he said, why don't you put some socks on? Like, it was so simple. So we kind of complicate things at times. And so then Rinpoche's thing, another thing to think about in this posture, you can experiment, is then Rinpoche added this thing because we want our spine to be extended. We know the spine is not straight. You want to have that extension. He said your sides are long. So that added to think about that extension because then your subtle energy system's also clear, able to function. That. Okay, so you try your best. Just allow yourself to find some comfort in this position. Keep that normal, natural breath moving through the system. And let's do a scan, starting at the top of your head. Take a couple of minutes again to scan down through your whole body. And just checking any places you feel you're holding tension. And using your breath again. An inhalation opens up space. Exhalation, releasing that tension as much as possible. Just bring your awareness to your breath, a normal, natural breath, allowing the mind to settle for a moment. And let's think about our motivation. Once again, our reason for being here right now, our interest in countering the hassles in our lives, and if we can get some solutions to dealing with these hassles, some information, can we use that to layer more peace and happiness in our minds, more balance, and to also layer some more motivation for us to practice, the energy to do that, because we see the value. May that help us move along a path to full awakening. Because from that place, as a fully awakened being, we have every perfect ability to benefit all living beings. And just feel for a moment, just reflect on the beings around the planet right now who are not only not here in this room, but have no ability to even find a path that can lead them to ultimate mental freedom. Think of all the beings suffering around the planet. It can be intense to think about it, but the more you can open your heart, just reflecting on their suffering, so it not only creates this relishing of the lives we have created without that level of suffering, and a motivation for us to use those lives as meaningfully as possible, but also take a moment to just feel the empathy of what those other beings are going through. It's okay to have your heart break open in that way towards their suffering. Just for a moment to feel that discomfort. How unbearable it is, to help to motivate you on your path. So in a sense, I want to listen well today. I want to try whatever reflections and fold that into your path so you can help all those beings without any limitation. Feel that urgency. I must help them. I must try at least. So with that in mind, that is why we're here right now, to explore kind of dismantling delusions, hassles in our mind. And so reaching for the prayers, the four immeasurables, let's send this out to all of these beings. Whatever places they're in, whatever experience, and imagine a radiant golden light coming from your heart, permeating every far-reaching inch of the universe, of all universes. Just imagine touching every being. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings not be separate from high births and liberation's bliss. May all beings abide in equanimity, free from bias, attachment, and aversion. And let's go to the other page of Refuge and Bodhicitta. You don't have the one before the teachings that you do before the teachings? Okay. Yep. So once again, thinking about what we talked about yesterday, Refuge and Bodhicitta, and really wanting to think about who will really help me, to support me, and then to grow that incredible heart, compassion, loving kindness towards all beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of listening to the Dharma, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. O Sangye Chodan Soki Chonamla Janchu Bardu De Nikyap Suchi Dagi Chin Ningi Peso Namgi Drola Pencher Sangye Druparjo Sangye Chodan Soki Chonamla Janchu Bardu De Nikyap Suchi Dagi Chin Ningi Peso Namgi Drola Pencher Sangye Druparjo. So back to our meditation posture. So sometimes we can also do some sort of breathing or pranayama practice that can help clear out some of the subtle energy, some of the subtle channels, helping us to further relax. There's different variations on this. So I like to start with an exhalation. This is a version of the 9-round breathing. It's really, in a sense, don't worry about if you're home and you can't remember which way to start. It's just really alternate nostril breathing. So I like to start with an exhalation. Okay. So if you close off your right nostril, you can do so with your finger. You're going to exhale deeply through your left nostril. And as you inhale, switch nostrils, close off the left, and you inhale deeply through the right. We're going to do that 3 times. So the next round, we're going to exhale deeply through the right nostril, closing off the left. Then switching and inhaling deeply through the left nostril by closing off the right. And as you did the first round, imagine you were lessening anger and hatred in your mind, and now we're lessening attachment and desire in our mind 3 times. So our third round, we will exhale deeply through both nostrils. Inhale deeply through both nostrils. And imagine you're lessening ignorance and confusion in your mind 3 times. And for a moment, settling the mind on the breath. And now imagine yourself lying on a grassy hillside, and you're looking up into the expanse of the clear blue sky. This is a very clear day, no obstructions in your view. The sky is vast, luminous. As best as you can, merge yourself with that experience of the clear blue sky that is like your mind. So at times we get distracted by a thought. Perfectly normal. But what you can do is simply label a thought or thinking and let it go. Returning yourself to that merging with that clear, luminous sky that is like your mind. So you may be distracted by a sound, pulls your energy away. Again, simply label a sound or simply hearing. Let it go. Returning again to that clear, luminous nature of the sky that is like your mind. So as we know, occasionally clouds come into the sky, passing through. But we know they're not part of the sky, just like the way a thought pops up in our mind. So there are light, puffy clouds, just like a mundane thought. And those clouds, they take shape. They abide in the space for a while. They change. And they pass away. So just like a thought arises, it has its beginning, its middle, it ends. Another thought comes. And another thought. And maybe we see them, transform them into bubbles. Let them float off. So we don't need to attach any more importance or heaviness, which we often do to certain thoughts, that causes them to ruminate, take seed in our mind, creating that deep trench of overthinking. So just imagine these clouds, the thoughts like clouds in the sky. So sometimes we have a heavy delusion in the mind, like intense anger, depression, fear, attachment. So it's like that heavy rain bank where we don't see the sky, the clear blue sky at all. So that's just normal for human consciousness. But everything changes. So just become aware when your mind is in that space that you need to take a little better care of yourself that day or during those times. A little more self-compassion. And then it will change, shift. Then when there's more clarity, then you tackle some of the more difficult things in your days. So very practical. So go back to merging yourself with that expanse of the clear, luminous sky and play with it a bit. When a distraction comes, it pulls you away. Can you see it like clouds in the sky? Let them go, returning yourself to merging yourself with that experience of the clear, blue sky that is like your mind. Try your best. So as we know, the clouds are not the sky. Sometimes they appear to be. So imagine your thoughts sometimes arising from the mind. But instead of focusing on the thoughts themselves, just notice when the thoughts come. Instead of focusing on the thoughts, we just take our mind off the clear blue sky for a moment. But there's actually a space between the thoughts, a space from which the thoughts arise. See if you can focus on that for a moment. See if you can find that space. It's more subtle than the thoughts themselves. And if you can stare at that space, so let's return ourselves to the hillside. Just looking up again into that clear blue sky. And then slowly bring yourself back into the room here, into your space. And slowly, when you're ready, open your eyes. So an amazing tool is just using the meditation like that. It can become very natural for you, very simple, you know. Good enough if you're on a week's retreat to stay a lot with those kind of meditations like that. You know, you can, to really touch the nature of the mind. There is a space of awareness there that is your mind. So we need to get to know that space. And the reason is, like I said, practically, for ordinary beings, everybody can do this. It's not like you have to be some 30-year meditator that, it's you getting to know yourself. So again, there are days you wake up and it's not going well. You're just tight, you're sleepy, you didn't get a good night's sleep, you got a crink in your back, you stubbed your toe. We have all these days. So what happens is, I notice early in the morning, how's it going? Even when I wake up in bed, right away there's a sense of, okay. So you can always counterbalance if you don't like what's showing up in your mind. Okay. But we gently encounter what's showing up in the mind. Meaning I don't kind of see I'm in a bad mood or I'm tight and everything, and then I'm a terrible person. I'm just kind of like, okay, today's like that, you know? Okay. So what it signals me is I need to take a little bit more care today. Because there are days like that. And when we don't pay attention to it, that's when we make mistakes. That's when you snap at somebody. That's when you fall down. That's when you ram your car into something by accident. You didn't see the curb. And all those things happen when we're really not tracking, or we're moving too quickly. Moving too quickly. We feel like in our cultures, we need to move quickly to get stuff done. We have to have our list of everything we did. It's not all that productive. You know, I learned about, I used to be the queen of multitasking. Okay? I don't do that anymore. It's not productive. I slow down, and then I'm tracking. And when I'm doing something, that's what I'm doing. You know, I'm not doing several things at once. This is what I'm going to do, have better time management. So I'm going to do 20 minutes of emails. Even though the phone's going off, it's not my phone time. So I might look at the phone. Is it the doctor calling back? Okay, you may need to take that call. Other times, nope. This is my email time, so that I can be very focused to respond in the best way to these emails. Okay? Then I might have phone time. Then you have other time. Then you're meeting with somebody. Are you really present with them? Or are you looking at your phone when you're meeting with them? You know, so it's about awareness, the basic focus of awareness, basic mindfulness. It starts there. It starts there. So another thing is you're waking up in bed in the morning. Great place to anchor, to start that motivation. If you notice there's tightness right away in the morning. Okay. What happens is, and I'll just ask you, and it's helpful though, one thing I would say, some of the centers mention this. When we do Zoom and we do hybrid teachings, which I do a lot of, it's really helpful if you think about that you're in a gompa. You're in a gompa. So it's really helpful also if you have your camera on so that you're really here participating. Because even in Zoom, we feel the energy. So it's not a time to eat. It's not a time to be doing something else. And so I just encourage people, if you can put your camera on. And what I'm going to ask in general is, when you wake up in the morning, how many of you, just if you're on Zoom, you can put your hand up, get out of bed right away? Okay. Most people, yeah, they're on Zoom, they're going, not really. Okay. A lot of people don't. The majority do not seem to get out of bed right away, what I've noticed in classes. So impressive that, so again, use that time if you're in bed. Now, some people hit a snooze. I think that gives you 10 minutes, generally, most alarms. Okay. Use the time, because you're not really sleeping that well. You might fall back asleep, but it's, you know, and then that horrible sound of the alarm goes off again. Who needs it twice? Okay. So why not use the 10 minutes? Here's my waking thought. Seriously, this is me waking up. You wake up in bed, I'd say mostly looking at people in the room. I don't know all of you online as well, but some people may have physical incapacitation. Okay? Most people here don't look like they do. So if you wake up in the morning, and first of all, you notice your mind is functioning pretty much the way you'd like it to function. You're thinking, and then you feel the body is functioning. I mean, you're someone who can get out of bed, fantastic. A lot of people cannot. Do you ever have a succulent of like body and mind relatively functioning? That's a luxury for a lot of people in the world. So do you ever just have a moment and breathe in the appreciation for that? So this is, in a sense, an unconventional way to reflect on your precious human rebirth. It's the beginning of the Lam Rim, beginning of our philosophy. Precious or perfect human rebirth. So right there, it immediately bounces motivation. I'm already like great right now because I've got this advantage. But we don't, we take it for granted. We just get out of bed, you stumble to the bathroom, I want coffee, I want to have a shower, no awareness whatsoever of how wonderful your life is. And then you could go on and reflect 2 minutes while you're laying in bed. You could reflect on all the positive circumstances of your life. Your own personal reflection. Great family, loving family and friends. You've had access to great education. We live in a relatively safe society. You have food, clothing, shelter. I could go on and on. It's incredible what we've got. incredible. Do we ever feel the succulence? It's amazing, amazing. Right? So just that lights me up right away. And then from there, 2 more minutes. Right? Death and impermanence. This is finishing quickly. I don't care how old you are. This is finishing quickly. It's really running out. And you don't know when it's going to run out. So people say, oh, don't think about that. It's morbid. Okay. Think about it to light up your practice, to motivate your practice. You know, this is going to happen. Everybody dies. It's a given. There's no escaping it. So what am I going to do now? I can make the most meaning of today. I've got that. I may die tonight. I actually have there's some people that go, I could die. My motivation in the morning is, this is my last day. That's how I think about it. And people go, don't think that. You'll die. You know, I've been doing it for years. I'm not dead yet. Okay? Hasn't caused my death yet. I haven't lost anybody either from doing this meditation. Okay? But really, I think this is 6 o'clock tonight. I'm done. Okay? So I really want to try. And so what I want to do then is I need to make the most meaning today. I need to try as best as I can. I'm not going to do it all day. I'm going to forget because I'm an ordinary person. But I will try to direct the activities of my body, speech, and mind as much as I can today towards something positive that helps me move along that path to Buddhahood, to full awakening, so I can benefit all living beings. And then I set that motivation. That's my 5th minute in bed, 5 minutes, and then I get up. It's a very different motivation than just mindlessly. So I'm going to break down practice for you into these 3 simple steps. If you want, 3 simple steps. If you want to break it down like that, the first thing is awareness. We just have to kind of show up. What's going on with my mind? Just look at it. You know, well, I'm really tired today. Oh, I'm really angry today. You know, I feel really kind of low and depressed today. Or I feel pretty good today. Okay? So you just want to look at what's happening, okay? And then if it needs some shifting and changing, step number 2, do something different. You know, if you tried something and it didn't work and you got into a mess with somebody, you know, where this hassle's arising, then I need to try something different. Walk down that, make that pattern, okay? Then step number 3, if what you did, the new behavior, works, do it again. It's that simple. If you really want to reduce it into 3 basic steps: awareness, do something different, practice, do it again. Do it again, like that. There's a beautiful page, an older book, some of you have read, Sogyo Rinpoche, the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying. I highly recommend. So it was really, really popular when it came out. Older book, the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying. And he has a page in there from some other teacher he quoted. And practice is like, and it was very effective. He said practice is, and he has, I walk down the street. I don't know if some of you remember this. I fall into a really big hole in the street. I didn't see the hole. I fall into this really big hole, and it takes me a really, really long time to get out. But I eventually get out, and I continue down the street. So phase 2, I walk down the same street. I see the hole, see the big hole. I fall into it again. Okay, but now I've seen it, but I fall into it again, and it takes me a little less time to get out. And I continue down the street. So phase 3 of our practice, I walk down the same street. I see a really big hole in the street. I go around it. I continue on down the street. Okay? Step 4, what's step 4? What's that?
Choose a different road.
Choose a different street. I choose a different street without any holes in it. Brilliant. Yeah, thank you. Right? That's our practice. That's what happens if you looking, and so the meditation on this nature of mind with the clouds in the sky, right? It's such a simple meditation we do, and it's introduced in the mind and its potential discovering Buddhism, right? It's not so basic. I love to do it all the time. I mean, I love to come back, and I might be at a business meeting. You could be at something, you know, that you're at a family gathering, you know. They can be very stressful, these this person's saying this, I can't stand, he's mouthing off about this, This thing's happening. I'm watching my mind. I watch some busy clouds come in, clutters up, I'm distracted now, and then I go, oh, wait a minute. There's a space of awareness there, pure, clear. That, come back. Right? And so just working from there over and over, working from there over and over. Really helpful. So part of one of our main antidotes in dealing with delusion in your mind, which counters hassles in your life, okay, is to remind yourself of the nature of your mind. It's clear and knowing. Those are the two qualities in Tibetan Buddhism that they say your mind is. Your mind is clear and knowing. And most people say to me, my mind's not clear. It's busy, cluttered, it's aggravated, it's hassled, it's rushed. That's not your mind. That's delusional habits that you're used to, rushing through your mind. But the mind, that's not the nature of the mind. It's basically clear, spacious luminosity that knows things. That's it. It's that simple. So what you can do when you see one of these big toppling delusions coming, you're just aware of it. You go, well, today this is the best it gets. I'm really off balance today, and I'm not going to go out on the scooter today. Things like that. We're having issues right now. I think they have these over here. Kids are using the scooters. Okay. I'm not talking about a Vespa scooter. These are the ones you stand on. And kids are using them in my neighborhood. So this is kids before they can drive, and they're racing up and down the street. We did it with bicycles, so they're doing it with scooters, but the scooters are a little bit faster and at one point I was pulling out of the driveway, kid raced behind me, so there was enough time to stop, but what happened recently in the neighborhood was a girl was killed, not in my neighborhood, but somebody in our community, she was killed on a scooter, and then 2 boys recently had a very bad accident with scooters, and they're recovering. But so it's just been, people are trying to raise awareness and get kids off the scooters until they're like 18, because they don't really have the maturity to know that they're going too fast. And we did it with bikes. We had some bike accidents, but bicycles are seen a little bit more visible sometimes, and we tended not to go as fast on them, I think, something like that. So it's been an issue. So again, noting when your mind is very unbalanced and catching it sooner, then what I'm going to do is, if I'm going into work in this space, because you have to go to work, is, this isn't the day I'm going to have the difficult conversation with somebody, because I'm not doing so well today. So if I can avoid that, be wise with yourself. But then another day I feel really spacious, really compassionate, I'm feeling really good. That might be the day that I'll encounter and tackle the harder thing I have to do. So that's building your wisdom. That's growing your wisdom. So it's very great to do stuff like that. So you first learn by the awareness of my mind, gently looking at that. And you can use it all the time, just checking. You're never bored again when you're watching your mind. Never bored again. There's always some fascinating saga going on in my mind with, we have a lot of inner dialogue, right? For me, I always joke with friends, I've got my 19 communities all voicing in with stuff, So you get a really nice, much more controllable sense of that. And so this is the other thing that goes on in our lives that creates hassles is, do you ever have a sense you want to have better control of your life? I think some people might say that, but then they're also, be careful, because we're trying to control certain people. People want to control the weather. They want to control their boss. They want to control the outcome of this thing. And I know that my nephews, one is getting married in a few days in London, and one got married in June, his brother. So in June, there was a weather watch. What was the weather going to be, right? And there's a little weather watch now, but we've seen that it looks like nice weather. But what was happening in June, as some of you may know, there was a heat spell that went through London, and he got married on the hottest day of the year, okay? It was, 31 or something. It was very, very hot. And, So anyway, every day there was a watch, and then he was like saying to me, oh, and I'm like, there's nothing you can do about it. There's absolutely nothing you can do about the weather. So do we need to spend time worrying about it? I mean, what you could do is say, well, it will be hot, so some of the girls changed outfits, decided they would wear different dresses, or they would do something different with their makeup, what else can those are the kind of things. It's me then taking care of my mind in a certain situation. So you're coming to the family dinner, and we'll look ahead to Christmas, where there's lots of family gatherings. Some people find it stressful because old Uncle Harry's going to be there, and he's going to be mouthing off about blah, blah, and we all totally disagree with his political views, and he's very loud, and he gets very drunk, but it's a given. Can you control Uncle Harry? Nope. But you can control your mind, okay? So seeing him in a more compassionate light, like, first of all, here's a way you could think about what's it like to be him. Did you ever think of that? No, we just kind of go, oh God, I'm not going to sit at that end of the table. I don't want to be near him, or he smells, but what's it like to be him? So this is the big bodhicitta exercise. How we make compassion with ourselves, compassion with others, more compassion with others. The big bodhicitta exercise, so when we develop this enlightened attitude, bodhicitta is that Sanskrit term, which means the enlightened attitude. So bodhi is enlightenment, okay? Citta, the mind. The mind of enlightenment is, I want to become a Buddha to benefit all living beings, okay? And it involves compassion, empathy, loving kindness. It's all those things we want, okay? So there's two methods to develop it, as most of you know. Two methods that we traditionally develop bodhicitta. The first method was prevalently taught, coming from the Buddha, and then through various different teachers, prevalently taught. It's called the 7-point cause and effect method to develop bodhicitta. Okay, so you can learn the different steps, meditate through them, and really grow that heart open. It's very, very effective. It's very powerful, okay? Second method is called equalizing exchanging self with others. This was a secret method, coming from the Buddha, through Master Shantideva, through our own teachers, like that. And it involves the very profound meditation called Tonglen. Tonglen, giving and taking, okay? So what we're doing in Tonglen meditation is you're really taking first from other beings, visualizing them. But what I'm taking is their suffering, bringing it into myself, okay? It doesn't harm you, but I visualize at my core a constricted knot of all my selfishness. That's the only thing that prevents you from being happy, okay? That and not having the right view, okay? But it's related to that. So all my selfishness, we say self-grasping, self-absorption, I want to reduce that by taking in their suffering. And then when I reduce that, I have a greater expansion of happiness, bliss, peace. I'm going to offer that as I exhale to all those beings, whoever I'm visualizing. I could visualize one person that I'm struggling with, Uncle Harry. I could visualize a world of people. I could visualize people in my office. I could visualize my family, my best friends, my people I don't like, visualize them, taking their suffering, offering them happiness, like that. Very profound, okay? But one step of the equalizing, exchanging self with others is it's very nice because the first two steps are you imagine, and you learn this through the books you read, that there's a lot of negativity of cherishing myself. So you look at all those things that self-cherishing gets you. A lot of pain, a lot of suffering, a lot of hassles, self-cherishing, okay? And then you're going to look at all the benefits of cherishing others. So many benefits in cherishing others. So for yourself today, I'd like you to track today, and you can do it tomorrow. If you notice a little cloud arises on your horizon of your mind, a little, maybe at lunch, you have lunch, and then those of us that are together for lunch, and you look in, and then they took the last cookie that I wanted, and I was going for that, or he's got in front of me, and I was next, and you just look at these little mundane tweaks. Where's your mind? Thinking about the other person, thinking about yourself? And you can look at any unhappiness you're having, check your mind again, go to back to the basic awareness. Where's my mind right now? Oh, yeah, I need, I want. And then sometimes some bliss and happiness showing up because I'm thinking of others, offering to them, letting them have, letting them go. Now, granted, we have a practical nature. There are some things you just have to take care of yourself. You're like, I need to go to the bathroom right now, excuse me. Okay, that's okay. That's not so much the self-cherishing thing, that's just basic practical things you have to do. So there's always a line, but you know when you cross the line and it's me needing too much, me wanting too much, me insisting like that. And just look at your mind. Happy or not happy? Like that. So the famous in Lojong is, Lo is mind in Tibetan. Jong, transformation. Transforming the mind. So Lojong's called mind training, transformation. It's a very profound part of our philosophy, and there's different verses, different teachings on that, like that. And so Master Atisha has what they call, I think, 59 Lojong slogans. And there's beautiful teachings on Lojong, of training the mind. The 8 verses of mind training, that's one of the more famous ones from Geshe Langri Tangpa. And just some beautiful, really incredible teachings of training our mind to offer the victory to others and really and so what Master Atisha, one of his famous Lojong slogans is, place all the blame on one. Place all the blame on one. What's the one? Self-cherishing. You're self-cherishing. Okay. So I want to go back to last night I asked you, and so in this bodhicitta method, equalizing, exchanging yourself, is the exchanging oneself. When you get to, so first you have a reflection on all the negativity self-cherishing brings you. Then you have a reflection. And these are meant to be done in slow meditations, day by day, by day, by month, by month. I mean, till your mind is merged with it. That's how analytical meditation is meant to be done. It's tedious, but it really works to really start shifting your life to something, to have those parts of the philosophy pop up when you need them more readily. And you can go, oh, that's right. Like if I really thought I was going to die today, would I be having this negative interaction with this person? Could I let it go? Yeah, I think so. Now, there are some things I know you need to assert yourself and take care of, but there's certain things you can go, this really doesn't matter. If I was actively dying, I would not be caring about this. Okay. So then what happens is after you do those reflections on the negativity of self-cherishing, all the positive aspects of cherishing others, you come to the exchange. The exchange, what does that mean? You don't become somebody else, okay? It's a mindset. It's a mindset. So that's when I said, Uncle Harry, just as an example, what's it like to be him? You're having difficulty with somebody at work. You hate your boss, right? You're having some real struggles with your neighbor. Somebody else, like, do you ever think about what it's like to be them? So we don't. We just think about they're interfering with my space. I don't really like being around them. My boss is being unreasonable. What's it like to be them? And there are some of these people we don't know everything about, but we think we do. So some of these people we're not sure, but do you know that they have a sick child at home? Do you know that they're struggling financially? Do you know that they hate their job? They hate where they live? They're having a terrible, terrible relationship problems? We never consider where they're coming from. And what you can actually do in a meditation, privately back in your space, right at home, right, is, and we have this expression in our cultures, put yourself in someone else's shoes. So look out through their eyes. Be Uncle Harry for a moment and look out through their eyes. At the dinner, what's it like to be them? What are their hopes and fears? Right? What do they want to get out of this interaction? Right? Whether you're in a business meeting fighting for your budgets and whatever the thing is. So it's very, very powerful, that exchange. And then here's another part of the exchange. Not just kind of looking out through their eyes, but what percentage would you say of your day, what percentage of your day is spent thinking about yourself? How much would you say? Anybody? All day, okay. She's smart, all day, all day. It's pretty high in the 90s, isn't it? 90%? I mean, to be honest. Now, maybe not for everyone, but generally, and just look at that waking moment in bed. Soon as we wake up in the morning, it's there. You know, whether it's, I need to go to the bathroom, I want to have a cup of coffee, it's, you know, a few times I meet mothers with young children are thinking about their kid, and sometimes fathers. But usually it's me, myself, and I, me, mine, is what's going on, and it motors through our day. Okay, so occasionally, because of our awareness, we catch it and go, no, why don't you go first? That's okay, why don't you take my seat on the bus? Why don't you, maybe you go ahead of me, whatever it is. Okay, so very powerful place to just acknowledge. So what we're going to do in the exchange is, what if you just borrowed half of that and directed it towards others through the day? So that's another exercise you can try through the day, is just directing half of that energy, exchanging, myself with others, is trying to give all that energy I spend and focus on myself, building up myself, everything about me. Let me just try to send that out there for other beings. What's their experience? Oh, why doesn't she go first? Why don't, sometimes it's difficult in Buddhist courses when you come to lunch and then everybody wants to let everybody else in front of them. So obviously you have to be reasonable, but it's really something to think about. It's a very powerful method to develop bodhicitta, like that. So then if you go back to the difficult people in your life, and we would say they create the hassles, okay, so we want to try to control that better. So let's look at realistically, what can you control? What can you control? Yourself. That's it. So you can. So I found this liberating. You can let go trying to control your mother, or your father, or your partner, or your kid, or your boss, or your dog. Right? We have certain levels. We live with people, of course, certain respect and general things like that, but it's only your mind. It's the only thing you can control. So you can let go all that stuff, but however, in your process of controlling your mind, becoming hopefully a better person, clearer person, more aware of your mistakes and your actions, and more empathy, so realizing when other people make mistakes, they can't help it either. Why? Because we're ordinary beings. So until you have a direct perception of emptiness, the nature of reality, okay, we're going to muck up. We're going to make mistakes. That's the normal experience for normal beings. And you know what? It's okay. It's not like we intended and we don't want to perpetuate that behavior very much, but that's the nature of being a human. That's not Buddha nature. But humans have Buddha nature. That's what's exciting. We all have, everyone with a mind, goes down to a single cell organism, an amoeba, has Buddha nature. That's what Buddhism says. Has Buddha nature. What it means is you're not a Buddha yet, but it means you have potential. You have a potential that will develop into a fully realized being. Okay? So for me in my work, when you have a world leader that challenges you and you think, oh my God, how can this person create all this suffering for, they have Buddha nature too, just like me. And also just like me, this is the way we can help us with other people. Just like me, okay, they want to be happy and they don't want to suffer. Is there anyone here that doesn't want that? Anyone online doesn't want to be happy and avoid suffering? Okay. Everybody wants that. The same. So now you might say, well, they have a different way of going about getting their happiness and avoiding suffering. But fundamentally, we want to be happy and we don't want to suffer. Like that. So there's two things right there you have in common. Want to be happy, don't want to suffer, and we have Buddha nature. So I have that with some really challenging world leaders. We're the same in that respect. So it brings a balance of equanimity to your view. Equanimity, which is an equal regard and equal respect for all beings. Uncle Harry has that nature as well. So then I can have a little bit bigger heart to go, okay, and then, but then you see people making mistakes. If they're world leaders, they have the potential to make bigger mistakes that affect many, 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 many people. So, but when I think about if they're making a poor decision, that I would say poor decision, that's only my view, limited view, but if they're inflicting huge harm, okay, Buddhism says karma takes care. So the karma is there, they're creating negativity that only ripens in suffering in their mind. So think about the suffering they're going to endure in the future. And you might say, but I'm not seeing it in their future. Well, it could be future lives. Could create an incredibly unbearable future rebirth for them. So I don't need to work on fixing them and they're this and they're, but then I can have some empathy. So instead of me constricting, I hate, go, wow, what incredible suffering they're creating that they'll have to endure in the future. Buddhism says no doubt about that, okay? So karma's tricky because we can't see how it imprints, how it works. We don't really see the results right away, right? When you're stepping on an insect, even accidentally stepping on an insect, your body doesn't start spurting apart. It doesn't happen that way. That's why karma's tricky, that cause and effect relationship. But if you look at other parts of the Buddhist philosophy and you go, well, that makes sense, then slowly we come to some things we may have shelved before and said, well, maybe then there is something to karma. All these other things line up. Like things like death, like we know we're going to die. That's something we can all, like that. So you kind of go, okay, so maybe there is this cause and effect relationship. I may not see the karma arising in my lifetime for me, but those seeds are there and karma takes care. So for me, if I'm doing a lot of virtue, I'm not seeing the results yet, it will come. As long as you dedicate the virtue, dedicate it properly, then you don't destroy it with anger or negativity, and then it will ripen in some way. So that's why with centers, what's exciting, and even all of our practices, people slog along for a while and they go, well, I've been doing the practices Rinpoche told me to do. It's hard. I don't really see the result. And the result will come at some point. And then some fantastic results happen for centers because, and I'll give you an example, and then we're going to take a break. I'll give you an example is I ran a center in northern Vermont, so it's on the East Coast, very remote area called Milarepa Center. It's a beautiful retreat center. And it's a very simple place, big property, very beautiful, stunning scenery. So when I got there, the place was a mess, no money, just broken down farmhouse from the 1860s. And we put it back together. I was there 5.5 years and it was shining when I left. I mean, it was just, and there's a wonderful director now. She came in our work study and she's the director and she's wonderful, wonderful director. And to me, she writes the best e-letters. She sends out the best messages. She's just great. So we worked really hard and we got into a thing where we had an offering room, a small offering room with some statues, and we built up statues. We got more statues because Rinpoche advised. Rinpoche might say, get this statue, and you kind of get it, and you go through this whole process. Excuse me. It was a lot of hard work, it cost a lot of money, and you didn't see the result, but the result came. And then what we decided to do in this offering room was do a lot of water bowl offerings, like these. And we had water bowls, and sometimes it was tedious to do the water bowls every day. So sometimes the summer work study people came, but they were only there 2 to 3 months. The rest of the year, we had to do, and you do, and you kind of go, oh, the water bowls, I don't really want, but we did them. But water bowls, if they're done well, done right, with a good motivation, and really do the offering, it's a visualization, and there's a little practice booklet on how you do the offerings, right? It brings prosperity. So either to you individually, doing them, to the center, or both, like that. So we're doing them, but really doing the offerings every day. 15 minutes, whatever, 10 minutes, whatever time you had, doing these offerings. And the money just came. The money was just pouring in at one point. Like I left them with $150,000 in the bank. They never had money like that. It's not like I'm any great. No, I mean, just saying, it's like that. It comes. So, and people go, oh my God, we did the water bowl offerings. Like I really had firm faith more and more. And other people also said, it's the water bowl offerings. We're doing, like, all these things happened at the center that we never had that kind of seen before. And I've seen that at other centers where they're really doing these practices Rinpoche recommended. It works, really does work. And it works for our planet as well. There's certain things you can, with global warming, that we can do as, there's 4 pujas we're supposed to do a month for the centers. It has an effect on the environment. It has an effect on the environment. Okay, so let's just, any merit we've created from this morning, and thank you for your great meditation, and we just dedicate it to helping us reach that fully enlightened space so we can benefit all living beings. And let's take a half-an-hour break. In the break, let's not, if we're here in person, let's not blah, blah about ordinary things. Let's keep it to something, a topic we've been discussing, or watch your mind, or notice the cherishing others, things like that. And we'll take a half-an-hour break. So have a cup of tea, take a bathroom break, and we'll be back in half an hour. Thank you. Time. Wonderful.
Oh.
Thank you. So what's nice through your day that helps to battle hassles is always reestablishing a motivation. Like it's always there. So what happens is when we talk about death and impermanence, and normally in our normal cultures, it's not a pleasant topic we bring up with people's death, and people find it morbid. But again, it's about lighting up your practice, lighting up the practice. So, but the thing is, death is a transition, and there's many transitions all day long. It's like we just had a transition, we had a break, and then suddenly, so it's like the end of one session, the death of that, finishing, take a break, now that coffee break time, finishing, next transition. So it's nice with transitions to train yourself, oh yeah, how's my mind? Just a quick look, it doesn't have to be a long meditation, but a quick look. And then you say, oh right, my motivation, let me make sure I'm directed in the right way. And again, it's about me showing up for my practice to get enlightened, to benefit all living beings. It's that, but I just want to put my mind back in that framework, just have a quick reflection, and then on to the next phase. So it really helps that rebalancing constant of like, and what's funny too, please use humor in your practice. It's very, very helpful. What is interesting is when you're dealing, let's say, with a difficult boss. Does anybody have a difficult boss issue in here? Somebody difficult in your life? Okay, we've all got somebody, come on. And you could even say world leader, and we might not have somebody we would label in our lives enemy, that's strong. Some people really feel like they have an enemy, but we have people that are challenging, that really do not make it easy, and the hassles come, and so what's interesting is you set a motivation in the morning, and you really try to intend, like I really want to feel that motivation. But 15 minutes later, I forgot it. And I'm on my way to work, and I go to work, and suddenly here comes this person. And then I realize, and you see the doors and windows shutting, I say metaphorically, and my heart's kind of, here they come, and what do they want now? And I'm all negative, and I might even be a little unbalanced now. I see them, or they raise their voice or something, and then suddenly my motivation becomes that I really wanted to do my practice, to move along a path to full enlightenment, to benefit all living beings except them, right? Like I have no interest in helping them at all, right? Like that's what arises in the mind is, oh, I've just left them out of the equation. So that's where, when we check in again, we realize, you know what, it's especially them that we're here for. We're especially, so when you get into Lojong teachings again, mind training, you come to value that being. Because what happens is when it's easy and when it's all our friends, the mind gets a little lazy. You guys are easy. I like you. You're easy. My friends, I'm comfortable. They accept me with all my flaws, and we really don't tangle. And they actually do good stuff for me. That's why I like them. So again, it's all about me. What these people, that's why they become friend, is they do something for me. They help me with something. They don't tangle with me. They don't disrupt me, make me angry. I mean, sometimes our friends, they're challenging, but mostly it's easy. So my mind's not working as much. But then you get as we would say at one of our centers, the most special guest has arrived. So that was our catchphrase for having a difficult retreater. And like we really were like, okay, like really working with the person and saying, okay, so now we really want to really extend ourselves. Like, this is a great place for us to practice because we know this person is challenging, and let's see. So we had some humor with it, but trying not to really, criticize, like being in their place of being rude to them with the humor and kind of joking around. But so do use humor at times when it's appropriate. And we would say that because I knew it would take more of my mind, my exercises, to stay balanced with this person. And so so that boss, the difficult person in your life, the challenging person, whatever you call them, however you label them, really great ways to make strides in your practice, to see, again, doing that, exchanging themselves with others, how difficult it is we had one retreater, and it helped me quite a bit because I knew her for years. I knew her in India, I knew her in different places in the States. She came to our retreats. Everybody had difficulty with her. Like, even the most balanced yogi I met that came, they just said, wow, she is really something. She just really challenged everyone. And she came, and then at one point I got to this mindset and I heard the way people treated her, and I heard the way they talk about her, and then I thought, what's it like to be her? Like, she really wasn't even aware. Like, she just came into this space and just never agreed to any of the arrangements and had bazillion questions, at the most inappropriate times, and never followed any of the instructions but what was it like to be like that on the planet, where part of it she wasn't aware, but she'd come into spaces and you could see people moving away from her, and my heart went out to it. Like, I thought, wow, that's, a difficult place to, she even had a way she looked, she squinted a lot. So it's like, physically, there's people that she couldn't really see well. Like, she couldn't see how she was. In space, I found it interesting, and some people noted that about her. So somehow I came to I'd see her, and I first had this, I think first it started a little bit as pity, which isn't really great, because it's she became on a different level. And then I tried to move it into empathy I've been in situations like that, where I was singled out, or I felt really like alone, or somehow I wasn't getting the rules, and I felt like, why is this so difficult? Am I being difficult? And so then my heart really embraced her in a way, and then I ended up becoming friends with her. Like, it really worked where I could see, and then she became easier. So again, it's your mind. Like, I really started going, oh, maybe this is in my mind that she exists like that way, because I could still see some people at our center, the staff, having great problems with her, and other staff members not having any problems with her, and saying, oh, I really like her. I had a great talk with her this afternoon. Is it out there? And so a question I just want to check in a little bit from some homework last night is, where does your suffering come from? What do you think about that? What's your experience of your suffering? Just curious, anybody, online or in the room. What do you feel like about your suffering?
Ego.
From ego?
Yeah.
Comes from ego.
Attachment.
Attachment, definitely.
Overemphasizing that, like, I'm a separate being, I'm something fixed, I'm something permanent, and you're something separate.
Yes. Yes, overemphasizing, he's saying, what's your name?
Mark.
Mark, that's right. Overemphasizing I'm a separate being, and you were saying
Fixed.
I'm a fixed being, that I don't change, and I'm a fixed being, and very much creates the suffering. Very much creates suffering. What other things absolutely all these things are.
Fear and desire. Sometimes you can see someone fears feeling separated from the crowd so much that their desire to almost dominate everyone creates, it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy for them.
Yes. Yes, people that feel very separate from people, and some of them feel, I would use the word arrogant, and they come in having to dominate everything. And it comes from insecurity, right? So insecurity related to the ego, relating to the separate sense of yourself. I mean, this is all absolutely and it's interesting with insecurity, which we all have, most of us have, is it molts in different ways. So there's some people with a lot of insecurity, as you know, tend to feel less than themselves, and they put themselves down all the time. So that's one device of the ego. But a similar device of the ego is you think you're greater. It's the same result in the mind. Whether you think you're less or, it's not a balanced mind. It's not the truth, basically, like that. But so some people become overly confident that can roll into haughtiness and arrogance. And some people constantly put themselves, too much put themselves down. Lojong does have some verses about see yourself as the lowest of all, but it's in a different context. It's in a different context of, it's about building humility, which is beautiful, humility like that. But that other device of the ego is you're crap all the time, you never do anything right, you don't deserve love. That's not true. That's not balanced. So one of the things I mentioned, ego, seeing yourself as separate, as fixed, and having these insecurities and dominating, it comes from one of the things that Buddhism says suffering comes from, that we're talking about in this course, is ignorance is one of them. Delusion. So delusion's one of the things that suffering comes from. This is according to traditional Buddhism, right? The other one, karma and delusion, is where suffering comes from. So it's all the stuff we're talking about, karma and delusion. So meaning, first of all, and so people get into, is it free will or is it karma? Something you can talk about at lunch. Is it free will or is it karma? Okay? So again, karma, this law of cause and effect, action, the movement of your mind, okay? And then through the movement of our mind coming in as an ordinary human being, so I'm not a Buddha, and ordinary means I'm not an Arya noble being, meaning I don't have a direct perception of emptiness. It means that everything I'm taking in through my sense faculties, through my sight, my vision, through my hearing, through taste, through smell, through touch, I have a misunderstanding of it. I have a and I would say misknowing, K-N-O-W. I misknow reality, okay? So granted, conventionally, we see a room, if you're in this room or you have your room, or we're in a Zoom class together, so you see people in their Zoom squares. The room, we see ceiling, floor, carpeting, wooden floors, walls. So we can agree, we have a conventional arrangement that is the room, that makes up the room. And on one level, there's a little bit with an ordinary view in the misknowing that the room is a little bit concretized, meaning the floor seems pretty solid. I mean, it's supporting us. It's got to hold that up. The pillars are solid because they're holding the roof up. So we kind of see everything kind of solidifying as if it's actually existing there in that form. But if you want to look over here at the boards of there's a wooden floor in the room, okay? And this particular wooden floor, you see the boards clearly, okay? So it's not just one plank of wooden floor. You see the boards, so you go, well, there is a floor, I'm labeling it floor, all the boards together, correct? Then you put all the boards together in your mind and you go, we could conventionally say floor, because humans in this part of the world with our language have a name for that. We could say floor, but then you could disassemble it. And for a moment, I want you to just see the pile of the wooden slats in a pile. Is that floor? No, it has a different name. I'm going to say pile of slats, we name it. So you see how things, Everything in Buddhism, when you're poking at reality to try to get emptiness, right? This lack, and what emptiness is, let me clarify, because this is how we mainly dismantle delusion in the mind. And this is where all the hassles go away. All the hassles go away. Is to continue to question how things exist, how they exist. So we do it informally in break times, looking at everything as a product. Okay, so that floor is a product of slats, wooden slats, and the slats are products of the molecules moving around in them and the material, the wooden material. The wooden material is a product of the molecules moving in a certain configuration. Okay, and that's why we'd label it slat or wood, because it moves in a slower configuration, because it's solid, than air molecules in the room. That we might we don't see them, but we'll go, oh, there's oxygen in the room. Okay, but they get labeled onto something that has a much kind of faster way that it's moving around, like that, less dense, like that. And so we have these labels that we put on things. So you want to see the product of, well, the floor is made up of the slats. And if I just look at one slat, that's made up of wood, different levels of wood. And then that wood's made up of particles and minute particles. You want to go all the way down to a molecular basis. So suddenly, if you look at it continually through that, it changes the solidity of floor a little bit. So now floor is mundane. Floor is mundane. And I'll give you another example. And I want you to think about this at lunch. And you can talk about this, and you can also talk about is it free will or is it karma? Okay, I'm just going to use, sometimes I use this pen. This is an ordinary pen. Try to get people online to see. Oh, it's disappearing. It's a disappearing pen. Okay. So this is a standard, we would call it in the States a Bic pen. Got a lid. Okay. So this is something we can easily analyze, And when I say pen, because of our language in this part of the world, we have an agreement, conventional arrangement, conventional reality. There's two truths, two realities, conventional or relative, ultimate. It's emptiness, okay? Conventional or relative. So basically, conventionally, I hold this up, and probably everybody here would say, she's holding a pen. Everybody with me? Anybody have a different idea about what I'm holding up in my hands? Everybody with me? Okay. Okay, we got pen. So what emptiness asks you to do is, let's see how the pen exists. Now, people would say, what do you need to do that for? Because you want to get the truth. Because that dismantles all your delusion. That rips out the root. Okay? So we don't talk about this with people that really aren't on a Buddhist path, because they go, what? So this is higher level teachings. Emptiness comes, the third scope of the Lam Rim. It's a little bit up there, right? So you analyze first the mundane, easy. How does a pen exist? Okay. So there's different schools, philosophical schools, that talk about something called dependent arising. Dependent origination, same word, same words, okay, meaning the same thing. And it means that the pen exists by depending on other things. It's a product. Once again, it's a product. And it comes into being by depending on other things. What are those things? Well, one thing it says is causes and conditions, one school says. What does that mean? Well, in ancient days, as we know, people started using minerals and things to write on cave walls to record their history. I think we're aware of that. You can say ancient people had a certain way of counting and recording their history, and we see some evidence of that. Okay? Then you fast forward when ink was invented, and then people had a way of getting a little pot of ink and having something they dip in, and then some kind of paper was thing, and they'd record on that. Okay? And then you fast forward and plastic was invented. Okay? Somebody said, I'm going to make a factory, I'm going to mass produce these, and I'm going to make money. And these are all causes and conditions of how the pen got here. Everybody with me? Okay, so we understand that, causes and conditions. For instance, for you being born, you depend on a cause and condition as your parents decided to have a child. Now, maybe they chose to have the child, maybe it was accidental, but somebody proceeded to say, I will bear the child, I'm going to give birth to this child. Okay, so that's a cause and condition. Okay, second way things come into existence is they're based on their parts. They're based on their parts. So the parts of the pen, pretty clear. Oops, sorry, I can't really get the people online to. So this pen has a cap. Let me see if I can get them to see. Where's the pen? Okay, there's the cap. Okay, it's got a cap, and then there's this plastic cylindrical tube. There's a part. There's an ink filter inside. There's ink inside of that. I'm giving you all the parts. You got a little metal thing here, the point. You've got that little plastic thing in the end. And basically, I could even say there's an inside of the pen, there's an outside of the pen, there's a top to the pen, there's a bottom, or some people might say that's the top. That doesn't matter. It's hard, but you get the idea. So we pretty much, there's a cap, pretty much looked at the parts of the pen. Okay? So if I ask you, I'm holding the cap up, is this pen? No. People shaking their head, no. If I take the little metal thing off, is that pen? No. What about just the plastic tube? Is that pen? No. Okay. What about if I take the ink out? Is that pen? No. Ink cartridge, is that pen? No. Okay. So we've kind of then had a little quick exploration of the parts. So please, are you agreeing with me? We're not finding any pen in any of the parts of the pen. We've just had a look. There's no pen. Think about it. There is no pen in any parts of the pen. Okay. Now here's where we get hooked because of ignorance, because we're ordinary beings. You put the parts together. Okay. What appears to your consciousness? Pen. So you go, well, but she's holding a pen. Okay. So then we have, according to the highest school, okay, the pen comes into existence based on my mind labeling on a valid basis of designation. That's how the pen comes into existence. What actually exists there, if you're ready, buckle your seatbelt, what actually exists there, according to the highest school, Prasangika Manyamaka, is a mere imputation, a mere label. That's it. Okay? So let's go back. I'm going to give you the valid basis of designation. In this case, a plastic cylindrical tube filled with ink that writes. Because it's got to function as a pen, to conventionally be a pen. A plastic cylindrical tube filled with ink that writes. In this case, your eye, the organ, takes in the information, the data, I'll say, or data, takes in that information visually, connects with your mind through visual sense consciousness. And because you're a human being in this part of the world with a certain language, you see a plastic cylindrical tube filled with ink that writes, okay? And that appears to your consciousness. And this is Lama Zopa Rinpoche. I mean, this isn't, he does it much better, obviously, but he says, and the next second, the very next second, okay, there's a labeling process, but the very next second, what appears to your consciousness is an inherently existent pen. And I'll give you synonyms for inherent existence. Concrete existence, intrinsic valued pen, solidly existent, independently existent pen appears to your consciousness. That's wrong. That's a mistake. But that's what occurs with everything we experience through our sense consciousness to an ordinary human being. We get it wrong over and over and over again, and that's why we suffer. Okay? So we get it wrong on a mundane level where it doesn't really matter with the pen, does it? We get it wrong with our kids. You attack my kid, destroys my life. You don't like my work at work, and now you're upset with me and you're yelling at me, and I hate my job, and then I hate everybody around me, and I go home and I take it home and I yell at my partner, kind of stuff. Because so we're moving through this, and we're moving through it with all these other people who got it wrong. Okay, so this has helped me because all these, think about it, all these other people have gotten it wrong too. okay? And we know when we mess up because we got it wrong. We have stories about people. They're wrong. But we're invested in these stories, negative stories about people. And then you tell somebody else. Tell somebody, and that makes you buoyant. But it's wrong. But so then it helps me extend my heart to the people leading countries, really creating a lot of harm because they got it wrong. How can we not have compassion? Because they're creating so much harm because they don't know. I don't know too, but I'm not running a country. So I'm only mucking up in a little way and really trying not to, but they don't have dharma, they don't know what they're doing. And the ego is huge of their power, their greed, all the delusions are hugely, like with us we have our delusions, but we're trying to work on it. But with them, there's no work on it necessarily. Now, I don't know personally, they might be working on it, I can't say, because I don't know them. But when you see their activities, it's something really gone wrong. So in some ways, as a Buddhist, how can we not have compassion? They're going to suffer so much. First of all, they're creating so much suffering, but karma takes care, so they're going to create unbelievable suffering for themselves. And they are a sentient being that I signed up for in the morning to try to benefit, especially them. So this is where emptiness. So what Rinpoche says is, here's what goes on is, again, with the pen, I have a mistaken notion, but first I just have the sense consciousness taking in visually plastic cylindrical tube filled with ink that writes. So there's that comes into my consciousness. There's a labeling process almost instantaneously. Almost instantaneously, the mind labels, okay? But I miss the labeling. Why do I miss the labeling? My ignorance covered over it. Didn't know I labeled. It happens instantaneously, okay? So if I could just see that I'm merely labeling and Rinpoche says the next moment, not a merely labeled pen appears to my consciousness, an inherently existing, concretely, solidly, independently existing pen appears to my consciousness. Now, with pen again, it's mundane. It's not a big deal, but that's my first mistake, is an inherently existent thing appears to my consciousness. Here's the big problem with your suffering. The next moment is when I say, mine. Then the big suffering comes. So, my kid, my dog, my car, my house, and anything that interferes with that, right? Tremendous suffering for us. Because we never understood, we never thought about karma. So, and let's say, worst case scenario, something terrible happens to your kid. We don't want any of that. I hope that doesn't happen to anybody anywhere in the world. Something happens to your kid, okay? Or your kid gets a bad disease or something, right? But somebody attacks your kid. Okay, so obviously as a parent there's protection and you're going to do whatever you need to do practically to take care of your kid. Absolutely, of course. And if you need to get a lawyer and if you need to go to court and this person you do that. That's okay, that's what you do. But what's your attitude? Do you hate the person that attacked them for all time? Do you want them to go to hell? Do you curse them and scream at them? And now granted there may be, especially in the worst case scenarios, where the kid's really injured or dies, there's all the pain and the things. I mean, we react in certain ways, okay? But some Buddhists quite gently, and we saw this in the process. I was amazed with some people and this happens throughout life, but in South Africa when they overrid apartheid. And the white people were very afraid that the black people would rise up and put them all in prison and torture them the way they were tortured. So fortunately, Nelson Mandela came in with the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions, and they're trying to work this in certain areas of our countries and things like that. Very little bits, but it really, really works. South Africa isn't far from perfect, right? But they've made great strides. So what they could do is people could meet and discuss, and there were people, black people that had been horribly tortured, that found a way to forgive these people, and that's how they ended up trying to piece things together in a much more positive way. Of the people that have that space of mind to forgive, to be bigger, huge heart space, to realize, so if you bring karma in and say, my kid has their own karma, their own independent seeds in their consciousness, in their most subtle mind, these subtle imprints in their mind that cause them to get attacked. And I, as a parent, have those seeds in my mind, separate from my kid, but these things will play out. But then how I respond and react to it is what I'm creating for the future. So if I eventually find my way to forgiveness, bigger space of heart, realizing this person made a terrible mistake, they will suffer the result of that mistake. I will do whatever I need to do for my kid to heal the process, whatever. It's a very different outcome than just the rage, loss of control, railing at the other person, fighting the systems, nothing's good enough, nothing works. So this is how emptiness can really help, is to understand, and you can just realize that ownership of your clutch on something at times, and then can we release ourselves somehow? Because the attachment is one of the poisons of the mind, that is what has us clutching on. And again, pen is Monday. But here's a way we can check, and then we'll take a break for lunch, is why there's no inherently existent pen there at all. So inherent existence, I'm using synonyms: concrete existence, intrinsic value, independent existence. They're all the same. The reason that things don't exist that way is things that are inherently existent. We're not clear on inherent existence, what that means, but what it means is things are frozen in time and space. They have no ability to change because inherently existent things are not products. They're always that thing. So think about it at lunch. What exists like that? See if you can find something that exists like that, okay? They're always that thing, no ability to change. And it can be something, you can look at this cup and go, well, that looks pretty concrete. It holds fluid. You go, well, that's solid, okay? But it's also made up of parts. There's a material, the metal, and I can even give you a label of other parts. It's got a bottom. Sorry, show the people online this cup. It's got a bottom, got a top, sides. That's all the components of the cup. And the metal that it's made out of. And you want to go down, it's got molecules moving around in a certain configuration. Cup. No inherently cupness to the cup, because it would never have an ability to change. This cup has already changed. It's got dinged. It's got, I should clean it. It's got little stuff inside. It's got, okay. So when we're checking, and the reason there's no inherently existent pen here at all, if it was, it'd have to exist like that for everything. Everything would recognize inherently existent pen. If I throw it on the floor right now and a dog comes in the room, it's a chew toy. Dog has a totally different label for it, like that. An ant, tiny insect, has a totally different, it would be like mountain, got to go over the pen, obstacle, my path. So let's play with this at lunch. Think about it at lunch. Think about your food. You might be hungry and you go, oh, want to dive in. But we also want to offer our food for lunch, whatever you're having, whatever you're eating. Let's take a moment and think about, to make the most of our lunch. So let's just think about how glorious that we easily have food to eat, healthy food. And thank you to all the beings here preparing the food and creating the cafe. And so let's take a moment to think about the food. Imagine it multiplying, filling all the space of the finest quality, and feeding all the beings around the planet that don't have food, don't have any access to healthy food. May it nourish them, bring them to ultimate happiness. Food that is completely empty of inherent existence. Can you imagine offering the food to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, all represented in the images around this room, at the center, and it brings great bliss to their holy minds. And may the food nourish us so we can continue our program this weekend in good health and energy and alertness, so that maybe we can use some of the information on our path to enlightenment for the real purpose to benefit all living beings. It's for that reason I will practice the yoga of eating lunch. And let's bless the food with Om Ah Hong, the body, speech, and mind, the three a white, red, and dark blue rays of light, respectively, coming from the crown, throat, heart of all the holy beings, blessing them with their body, speech, and mind, and absorbing into the food. Om Ahung, Om Ahung, Om Ahung, Lama Sangye, Lama Chödejin, Lama Gedunte, Kungi Jepo, Lama Yin, Lama Namla Cheparbo. Please enjoy your lunch. So let's come back at around 1:35. Wonderful, thank you. Thank you so much. Great. So here's yet another transition. So we just check in. And what happens is if you're checking in with your mind, with, let me just check the, oh no? You can't see me? If you're, when you're doing it regularly, it starts to bring in that feeling of, oh, right, wait a minute, what am I, it could be simply I'm going to the market in the car, to get in the car, and again, a little motivation. So now, and we forget, but it really can just help keep the mind in a little bit more buoyant space. That motivation is incredible cushion of buoyancy. So what happens with motivation, to think about it. Are you okay now? You can see me now? It's okay? Okay. Okay. Is what motivation is like, it's a little bit like we're a boat. You're sailing around, right? And then the motivation drops anchor. Okay? So based on how I want my day to go, it keeps me in that alignment. And it's me directing my energy, directing my mind. So notice what happens when you wake up in the morning. A lot of people tell me they wake up in the morning and the lists have overcome in the mind, everything they need to do that day. I need to do, and then this, and then some people reach for their phone in the morning. See if you can put that off as long as possible. Like, unless you have some important thing you're waiting to hear about, it's really great not to turn the phone on, have the phone in another room. So I have a separate alarm from my phone. I don't use the phone as an alarm because it's so delectable, the phone. What you can dive in there and, you're in trouble when, some person just sent you one link to some Dharma video. They wanted you to just see this teacher for a moment, and the next thing you know, you're in the dancing cat videos. You've really lost it there. So so be cautious. So I find that I do give myself time before I engage, depending on what you're doing. And what happens is you're thoroughly distracted, the habit of distractions there. So my mind's just like this. So the motivation is that, there's the anchor. I'm directing where I want my attention to go. This is the direction. I want my body, speech, and mind to be focused in a certain way today on virtue, on creating virtuous habits in that mind, practiced out with my speech and my body that get me to that place, that island of enlightenment. That's where, so I can benefit all living beings. So I'm taking control of my mind right from the beginning, again and again and again, every time I think about my motivation, and reset it, reestablish it. We can do it all day long, like that. So rather than having all my distractions come, and then what happens is you go on the phone, So be cautious, because people message you when they want to talk to you. Now, granted, it might be important, so then you can respond. But it was the same way in the old days with telephone calls. Even if I do call someone occasionally, I often start with, is this a good time for you? I'm interrupting them, right? So I'll right away, is this, and I think it's a considerate thing to do. Is this a good time for you? And sometimes they'll go, oh yeah, this is perfect. And other times they'll go, oh, you know what? Can you call me back in 10 minutes? I'm right finishing something. Great, you know. And you can always, if they're calling you, and that's again, if it's not my phone time, unless it's an emergency, unless it's someone I'm waiting to hear from, you can see now who calls. We have that advantage, which we didn't have 20 years ago. See, and then I can be like, no, I don't need to take this thing. This is not my phone time, it's interrupting. You might be doing practice. And that's why with practice, I generally have the phone away from me. I don't need the phone. So the tricky part I am noticing, and this has happened at retreats the last 15 years, retreats with Rinpoche, because I'm traveling so much, I'm not able to cart around a lot of books, which are very heavy. We used to take a lot of books, and the books are heavy, and the airlines, as you know, have reduced the amount of weight you're allowed to travel with. So I have a tablet, I have my phone. I am, a nun of the 21st century, so I have these devices. And so I have whole libraries on them that I use, and I teach from these devices. So as a result, on retreats I've been to, people bring these devices because all the prayers are on the devices and they're updated. And it's very convenient, but you just have to turn off all the other notifications or you just get thoroughly distracted. So now I'm at the point where I can read on the devices. I had a few things on retreat. Usually on retreat, a stricter retreat on my own, I don't use devices. I have hard copy prayers I prefer, but there are a few things on the devices and I'm able to just go to that, look at that, and then put it away. So try to find the discipline if you can, or start to build the discipline and see if it makes a difference. If you're having, some people come to me about addiction to their devices. So if you're finding that's a problem, and there's lots of tips online of how to beat the addictions and what to do. And I just limit and have a tech holiday every week. Nothing gets turned on. I put the stuff away and just see what happens with your mind, like that. So some of us have old habits based on our generation where we didn't have devices. So, we know what it's like to go for a hike, or I don't have to take any photos of that leaf or that thing, and just where I can really be completely devoid from the phone, completely separated. Because as soon as there's you look and you want to see, and then you go, oh wait, I just need to, and then we're suddenly back in the box. And so it's just interesting when I really get a time away from it. And I've had retreats where last year, 4 months I was offline. It was like a dream come true. It was like a paradise. It was, but again, it takes a little time to get used to it, because I felt the edge in the beginning. I was so dealing with all these emails and finishing, and then the first 2 weeks I was a little bit like a monkey on my back of like an addiction of like, oh, I need that fix, and then it would subside, and then I'd go back to like a book and then got used to that. And so when I went back to reading on the device, that felt funny again, because I had the book in my hands. And so you can try. So let's just check in with your motivation. You can do it briefly. Just think, how's my mind right now? You can reflect on, if you were with people for lunch, any interesting conversations. And from this moment on and the rest of my day, really wanting to direct my awareness in a positive way, and try as best as I can to engage in activities that will move me along that path to enlightenment, so I can benefit all living beings. Okay, And so also some practical tips too, the one I mentioned, you're getting, let's say you have a car and you're getting in the car to go to the market to buy food. This is an everyday thing. You know, we do it, or you're just walking to the market to get, you've got your bag and you're, but again, how do I want to practice the yoga of food shopping? You know, everything can be, when I say yoga, the word Sanskrit is to yoke. And it's in a sense to yoke you to divinity. Okay, so we could say to the Buddha nature, to a Buddha, maybe to my guru that I see inseparable from a Buddha. So I'm basically trying to bond myself, connect myself with some more highly realized state of mind. Why? Because it's more blissful, it feels happier, I'm more spacious, less fettered with delusion. Sure. Right? So that's why sometimes we'll say the yoga of, the yoga of sleeping and the yoga of waking, and you kind of play with this. And so you go into the market, it's perfectly fine to have your list, but can you engage as a bodhisattva warrior? This is how we want to take. So bodhisattva warriors, they don't go to war with people or other beings, they go to war with their delusions. So they're focused very much on their mind. You know, how's my mind in the market? And the market could be crowded. So am I able to get out of people's way? And, oh, excuse me. And, oh, no, why don't you go first? Or, oh, you see somebody reaching on the aisle and I can step back. You can get the box of macaroni, you know, whatever they need. And so there's a way of, and there's people in the market that need help sometimes. Okay, oh, can you reach me that thing? And they've got little kids with them, or oh, that's the last bottle of the, you know, and there's a couple people that want it. Can I let it go? You know, they got the last bottle of that special kombucha I wanted, or whatever people drink, and like this. So in the States, we have big supermarkets, as you know. And there are some in England as well. You know, I've definitely made pilgrimage to Tesco many times. So when you're checking out, it's another little, your bodhisattva warriorship has eyes behind your head and, you know, sensitize again to other beings. So you need to check out, obviously. That's fine. You need to get in a queue, and, you know, but you can always see, here comes along the one guy with one bottle of mayonnaise who's in a rush, and I've got my cart, and can I let them go? You know, I always love when somebody lets me go. I've just got one carton of eggs. She's got the massive shopping cart with, you know, or you see the mother with the screaming baby who really needs, we can let them go. And, you know, but again, you do something like that, check your mind. How do you feel? Good, not good? Spacious, not, you know, so each thing you're trying, little acts of kindness, they add up, they're amazing. And but keep checking in, like I like that was a good habit, that was different for me, but I like it, my mind is, that's the kind of thing we keep needing to check how it's going. Okay, so I want to go into some direct antidotes to delusion, because I always end up running out of time, and I was like, no. Okay, so does anybody have something where they're like, I need to hear about this, or what about this delusion? Anybody, anything coming up for people? Mm. Okay, so pride is one, that somebody's bring pride, and anybody online have where they're like, I need to hear about this? Anybody else in here? Attachment and obsession, yeah. And it's great that you said obsession, because we have this idea, and I'll talk about falling in love. I think it's really falling into obsession in many ways. So we'll certainly look at that. That's great. And die, yep.
Mine's attachment as well, but it's not about attachment to things. It's about attachment to the way I think things should be.
Indeed.
Or the way I want things to be, basically.
I'm just making a note.
Perfectionism, maybe it's something similar.
Perfectionism, yep. Make a note of that, okay. Okay. Depression. So I do want to say something about depression is it's kind of interesting so on the FPMT, this is an FPMT center, the Foundation for the Preservation of the Mahayana Tradition. It's a long name, but founded by Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa Rinpoche many years ago. And so if you go to fpmt.org, as many of you know, there's a whole, that's the website for the organization. And I should give you, sorry, I have cards that have that on the back because my website is amymiller.com, if that's helpful. And I'm a touring teacher for the FPMT. So, but there's a vast amount of materials on the FPMT site. And there's education, and you can see what courses you might want to plug into online. And then Jamyang Leeds, fortunately, has many programs, and at Geshe, it's fantastic, and different things. And so there are also materials from Rinpoche teaching and Lama Yeshe, and that's been broken out into the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive. So you could go to lywa.org and find all the teachings of those two lamas that some people have transcribed, some of them are recordings, brilliant amount of work, and one of the biggest areas of material is depression. So there's like talk after talk of it, because Rinpoche's had many students that have turned up. There's also a lot of death and dying materials, more than, so it kind of shows you a little bit of an emphasis of how to battle back, some of these things. So, and one thing I do want to address before we go into some direct antidotes to delusion, and we will take a break in this session as well, is it free will or is it karma? We had some interesting discussions at lunch. Is it free will or is it karma? What do you think about that? Was it free will at lunch that you guys got into? Because you were talking about it a bit. Okay, so if events will happen, it is karma. One person, tell me your name again. Stephen. That events will happen, but it's up to us how we feel about it. So we engage in that level of free will of how we're going to respond to it, basically. Other thoughts on that? And online?
If dependently originated being, then that implies karma, I think.
That being dependently arising implies some sort of karma, that there's a cause and result. Sure, yep. That would follow. Most people observe, kind of nodding their heads about the karma's unfolding, but it's about how you're going to respond to it, is you have some free will. So, and it's debatable. It's actually been a debated issue. And I kind of adhere to, I think what most of you were feeling was, it's all karma unfolding. This is a constant result of what's happened before. I can't control what happened in the past, other than I can do purification practices that will clean up the negative stuff that's happened. I can dedicate merit often, every day, for all the good stuff I'm doing, so that doesn't degenerate like that, because they say sometimes a big delusion can rip out all that positive unless you've dedicated the merit. It's like kind of an investment in. And one thing I wanted to say about dedication, I just read this in a book during my retreat. See if I can find the note here. See if I can find it. If not, I'll bring it in tomorrow. And okay, I'm not finding it right away, but I will look for that. Because I like this note, and I said, oh, that's good about dedication. I like that, So is the reason we dedicate, and it's making an investment in your practice, an investment in your mind, to keep things kind of clean. And so, but what I have this term I use, these terms of but I feel like I can participate in my karma. You know, the way like about the responses and things like that. So that there's a constant, because we're faced with constant choices. And they can be mundane choices, you know, do I get the brown rice or the white rice for the dinner, or, you know, and then there's bigger choices of life choices. So the issue is when you're faced with the choices, I kept over the years, and it's an automatic habit almost now, is when I'm faced with bigger choices, I'm always kind of like, okay, what's the biggest benefit? You know, meaning not just for me, but what will benefit the most beings by my choice? If I'm going to do, and sometimes they're just more mundane choices, like, do I get the train to Leeds at that time or that time? That's not a big thing, but when they're bigger life choices, can we try to layer it into thinking about benefit that's broader than myself? So that's been helpful when I think about participating in my karma. Like that. Okay. Okay, so we've got, so in general ways of dealing with these delusions as they arise to keep hassles at a minimum. The first thing, we've talked about some of this already, mindfulness or self-awareness. Mindfulness or self-awareness. Mindfulness is quite a hot topic, as it's been for the last 20 years in our countries. There's a lot of teachers. I was interested a few years ago, I went to a Buddhist teachers conference in New York. And what was so interesting to me, there were 240 of us or something, and I went with a friend of mine, and so when it said Buddhist teachers, right, but half of them were mindfulness teachers, and they knew very little about Buddhism, but they identified as a Buddhist teacher. It was so interesting, and my friend and I, she kept saying, oh my God, they don't know anything really about Buddhism, but they identify, but they taught mindfulness, and they were great teachers, they were great people. And so one thing to differentiate, Lama Zopa Rinpoche made this distinction, and as did His Holiness a bit, is mindfulness is fantastic for the initial awareness mode, for me to wake up and just check in with what is happening with my mind, like, oh, there goes anger, there's depression, or well, I was really rude to that person, or that was a really good thing I did, you know, just that basic level. So His Holiness met with John Kabat-Zinn years ago, who's like the father of mindfulness in the States. And John Kabat-Zinn was explaining his program that he was starting to roll out, and His Holiness really loved it and said it was great, and it was very physical, and he grabbed his hand and he said, that's wonderful, just don't call it Dharma. Okay, so what makes Dharma, what's the distinction? And what would you say is the distinction for being a Buddhist practitioner? What makes you a Buddhist practitioner? Like, and I'd say a Dharma practitioner, for anybody. What would you say, online or in the room? Following actual Dharma. Okay, what does that mean to you, following actual Dharma?
Real Buddhist teaching, you know, not just something that you assume to be.
Okay, following a real Buddhist teaching, not just thinking this might be a Buddhist teaching or something that lies near a Buddhist teaching. Bodhicitta mindset.
Benefiting to other sentient beings.
And you're
Benefit to other sentient beings.
being a
Benefits to other sentient
benefit, yep, benefit to other sentient beings, certainly, like the bodhicitta motivation, very much, absolutely.
taking refuge.
Taking refuge, these are all aspects of somebody online? What makes you a Buddhist?
It's all right. I was just going to say taking refuge.
Taking refuge,
Somebody
yeah.
just said it.
Other thoughts? Okay, you're all close, and all those things are involved. There's no question.
So making offerings.
Making offerings, fantastic, also involved. Following the teachings of the Buddha, okay?
It's not just awareness, it's doing the work.
Not just awareness, doing the work. What work are we doing? And what does that mean? With the mind. What specific stuff are following the Buddhist teachings that we're talking about here? Meditation, because it does what? Enlightenment, it gets you to enlightenment. To benefit for others. It's about countering delusion. It's about dismantling delusion. That's the key. That's because they call you an inner being. When you're really Buddhist practitioner, really, now all these things are components. These all absolutely are. But if you're not countering delusion in your mind, if you're not dismantling delusion, Lama Zopa Rinpoche said it's not Dharma practice. And there's ancient masters that said the same thing. Like, for instance, there's an ancient story, I can't remember, a monk at an old monastery, and he was sweeping the gompa, the meditation hall, very diligently. And he said, oh, this is, and the teacher said, well, that would be great, but maybe you should practice Dharma. And then he was reciting all these mantras. And he said, well, I'm reciting all these mantras, and the teacher said, well, that's really great, but maybe you should practice Dharma. And he kept doing these other things that, he set up all the offerings, but maybe you should practice Dharma. Because is it countering delusion or not? Is it dismantling delusion or not? So if you set up offerings with a great bodhicitta intention, right? And then you do the offering practice and you dedicate that practice to helping you have every possible resource to practice Dharma, to get out of this mess, get enlightened, and benefit all others, that's countering delusion. But if you just set them up and you don't do the offering, if you set them up because you want to see how people think your altar is really cool, that goes into pride. Then you're creating delusion. There's many stories of these ancient people, so taking refuge is part, but if you really want to take refuge with that thought, because they have the qualities, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to help me dismantle delusion, and this is what I'm going to seek every time I have a problem. I'm going to roll it right into my Dharma practice to figure out how to get emptiness so I can get enlightened and benefit others. That's dismantling. That's taking refuge to dismantle. But just kind of saying the refuge prayer without much thought, and there's a lot of times we are rushed. We know we're supposed to be reciting some prayers, we do something, and your mind is way over there, then you got to come back and do it again with the mindfulness and awareness, because that's really common. We forget and we kind of go, what, I didn't even focus on the prayers. And so think about that. Dismantling delusion is really, but the awareness is really helpful. So again, a first general notion, how do I deal? First, I want to watch what my mind's doing to counter negative emotions. I see the hassle come up and I need to look at it and go, what the hell happened here? I was just kind of going along my day and I thought I was doing a good job, and then this person turned up, and you also start to be aware. With the mindfulness, self-awareness, I can just become aware of triggers that trigger delusion in me. And I'll give you an example, practical, what happens. So you have some triggers of people in your lives that things don't always go well when you're around them, but you love them. They're your family. Some of your family members are a close friend. And so it's not about exiling these people and never talking to them again because they don't practice Dharma. And when I'm around them, they're not overly safe, or my mind's kind of in the gutter. Now, granted, if it's an abuser, you want to make sure you're safe. So you don't have to put yourself back in somebody severely abusing you physically or emotionally or mentally. Be very cautious and get the help for that, like that. But we have the general family where they're not in great habits, and all of us have this. And so what I've done is I wouldn't ever cut my family out of my life at all. But you can minimize, and a little bit be skillful, learn so slowly. And I'll give you an example. So I was based across the country from my family for years, like almost 20 years. I was in California, they lived Philadelphia. So long time I lived away, and absence makes the heart grow fonder. So when I'd come in, it was all great because I'd only come in for maybe 10 days, a couple times a year, great, fun, and then I'd leave. But then I had a situation, I moved back to the East Coast close to my family, was running a center there, but mainly to help my aging parents, right? And I'm really happy I did that. But when I did it, there was a family member that was growing up and dominating the family with some really negative behavior. Racist, sexist jokes. They had a few people kind of wound around their finger. They had terrible mood swings, so they would manipulate with mood. Nobody wanted them to get in a bad mood because the whole party would be terrible, and it kind of went from there. And then I turned up, and I had done so much work, in communities that I was living in on communication skills. So I'm not perfect with it, but I learned some really healthy ways to engage with people, to communicate, to be accommodating with people. And when I got into the family dynamics at watching at a dinner, what went on, it was like terribly frightening and depressing of like, wow, this is my family? Like, this is, you know, the men talked about sports, computers, and politics and business. The women said nothing. If they did say something, they were ignored, and the men would like look and then just go right back to their conversation, with this person dominating, okay? So at one point, this person and his father wanted me to go out with them for an outing. We went out for a day, you know, and it was so uncomfortable for me. Like, and I was stuck with them all day. You know, I was like, okay, like, it just was. And watching this person kind of kowtowing to the dominant person and all, laughing at all the racist, sexist jokes and all the, and I was kind of like, who are these people? What's happened to them? Like, I don't remember this. So finally, so what happened is slowly, I'm very close with the father that I could, and at one point he said something about, because I had declined a couple other invitations with them, and he said, oh, you don't accuse me, you don't like to be with us. So I saw a little opening and I said, no. I said, absolutely, I really like being with you. That's not it at all. But then I tried to point out gently with an example of how this person kind of controlled and dominated the family dynamics. And so he wasn't ready to hear it. And it was just, he just blatantly denied it and got angry. So I just backed on and I said, okay, no problem. No, I had no agenda of that he needed to. So I went, okay, no problem. But what I could do is I could choose when they invited me again, just the two of them. And first I'd say, he goes, oh, do you want to come to the da-da-da? You know, and then I'd say, oh, who's going? Very casually. Oh, so who's all going? Like, just when I found out it's just the two of them, then I could say, you know what? I'd love to join you. So there's a positive, I'd love to join you. But I've got some other things, so why don't I drive out and meet you guys for lunch, 2 hours, meet you for lunch, but then I could leave. So I did that, 2 hours, fine, no problem. And then slowly what happened is I heard some of the women complaining to me about the dynamics. Things start shifting. So then I said to them, well, why don't you say something? You know, but why don't you say something to this person? Because the dominant person listens to them. Why don't you don't have to come in with the whole family thing, but go to one person. So suddenly that person starts hearing from other people, not just me, that there's a problem with the dominant person. And they start hearing it from a lot of people. And then they finally owned it and realized, and then they had a dialogue with the dominant person to say, we can't be exclusive and just talk about these things when we're with other people, and we can't do this, and these kind of jokes don't work anymore. But he did it slowly, and it also took a few years. So just the patience that you're not going to fix everything like that, but I could choose what I could join, but still being with them and being with them positively, and then declining certain things I didn't feel, it was too much. I didn't need to be around it again. And slowly, and so this person ends up, they have some issues. They've been in and out of therapy. They've been working on it. I give them credit, and, but it's just a kind of known thing. This is how they are. And I accept them and kind of allow now a little bit more that this is who they are. They're doing the best they can. And, and so it's limited sometimes the time people spend with them, but they don't dominate the family as much anymore. And so again, it's tricky with those things. But for me, it was a gentle, like, I'm not going to just say, well, I'm not talking to him anymore. I mean, it's not useful usually, but you can certainly a little bit decrease if you have a really negative friend. We do have some really negative influences. And you notice, and I noticed this when I got into Buddhism, the friends, let's just say that we're smoking and drinking a lot and we'd congregate at bars, and then after a while I just noticed my mind, I wasn't really enjoying that anymore. I used to do that, but then I was kind of like, I'm not really enjoying this. And So then I just would go a little bit less. And then one of my friends accused me and said, you don't want to hang out with us? And I said, no, I do. But I said, but you know, would anybody like to go to a yoga class, you know? And nobody ever posed it. And it felt kind of funny to pose it because the smoking and drinking was the norm. But then suddenly 3 people in the group said, I'd love to go to a yoga class. So we went to a yoga class, a few times. And then some of the other people pulled over and they came with us. Or we went for a walk in the park instead. But it's a gentle process. It's not kind of like, well, you guys are smoking and drinking, I'm not, you're crap. They weren't crap. They were just doing what I had done and enjoyed for years. And then you realize there's some activities you're not enjoying as much. So certain things change. And that time of making that turn where I wasn't full into the Dharma and didn't have a big Dharma community yet, that's a hard time because you got more non-Dharma people. And sometimes they're doing really different things you're not that interested in doing. So just be patient and slowly explain. And some of those friends now that are not into the Dharma, they have their own Dharma. They have their other things. And I accept that. One's a big bike rider. That's her meditation. Great. And one of them is an incredible gardener. Just beautiful stuff. So we connect on other things. We found the friendship's so solid and it's so deep that we find other ways to connect of things we just enjoy and can do. And they're more accepting now. I think a couple felt very threatened about my path as if I had been brainwashed or something, but now they're very accepting. They're interested. A few times they've come to some of my teachings. They've come to certain things. And if they don't, that's also fine. They don't need to be Buddhist. And I don't really overly talk about Buddhism with these people. I'm not trying to convert anybody, but if they ask me a question, then we'll talk about it a little bit. Or there's a couple times where I'll say, oh, well, the Buddhists would say da 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 da, or they'll even ask me and say, how would Buddhism respond to this? So it's fine, trying to find that gentle approach, but when you notice with awareness the triggers, then make a little bit of a plan of, I think that, and eventually what I could do is when there was somebody doing some negative things in my life, saying some negative things, slowly at the appropriate time, I could find a way to say to them, I don't really want to just get together and trash these people with our speech. Like, I'm not feeling that comfortable with that. Can we talk about something else? And it was okay to gently suggest that. And then some of them got it. So there's a couple friends, actually just one friend that didn't come along for the ride, like wasn't able. I tried. I'm very loyal to my friends, so I never, I'm always the last one to send the email. I'm always sending another. But she's just lives in a very manipulative space for years. I noticed and then I was always in contact, but then we had a long gap of years. And then when she reconnected with me, it was just out of all the manipulation again. Like it just went on and on. So then there was another long gap, and always wished her well, but we just didn't have anything in common. So what was really strange was 2 years ago, she found me again and sent a message, and I'm always happy to talk, and I've been in her state. She lives distance from me. So I've taught there, tried to meet her some years ago there, but she kept not, we'd arrange a meeting and then she wouldn't show up. And then, it was just a continual. So she contacted me again 2 years ago, and I was very happy to hear from her. And then what came out of it slowly over the course of several conversations was she basically contacted me. I don't think she has many friends anymore. She's having health issues and thought she could pay my organization, like Catholic nuns, so I could move in with her and take care of her and be a nursemaid. This is what came out. I was really, I really went, really? And I said, no, our organization, I said, and I explained what a nun does, because people don't know what Buddhist nuns, and we know Catholic nuns, they do work. We're not supposed to work, technically, but Catholic nuns would work in very good vocations, often teachers, nurses, social workers, and administrators of their nunneries, and that money would go to the church to support, and they're supported. And I know many Catholic nuns, and I visited their nunneries to get ideas for a nunnery in the States. We don't really have a nunnery in FPMT for the States. I've always wanted to start one, so I'm on my own right now. Or I can live at centers, but centers are limited in housing. And often if I'm touring to teach and go away, they're often like, well, we need your cabin. You need to move out because we need your cabin for somebody that's gonna be here. So I don't want to be 70 years old and be told I have to leave now. The place that's in my home that is, so it's a bit of a tricky thing, and it's hard to support yourself as a nun. And so she contacted with this, and I was like, so I said, no, we don't. I said, some nuns will do that. And I did it with my parents, of course, and I'll help friends. But I'm like, so then she found out that I have my childhood home. It's not me, it's my sister and brother, but I'm living there because it's affordable, it's paid for. I have to pay the property tax, but she found that out, and she goes, oh, well, I can come up and move in with you. like it was the most bizarre, and I kind of, I thought she was joking, and I said, yeah, that would, you know, and she goes, no, I am serious. I'm looking to move up there. So I said, well, that's, you know, I'm sorry, that's really not an option, you know. And then I said, my sister and brother, they're also owners of, you know, I can't. And she really started pushing, what, you know, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to, and then I said, I don't know if you're hearing me, but that's not an option, right? That's not. So then we get off the phone call, and then I get messages from her, you hurt me. Like you know, it was like this, it was just all manipulation. So finally I decided, for, you know, 40 years later, I've always held my feelings in about her, it's always been servicing her and taking care of her, and I finally explained how I was feeling gently, that I can't do the friendship, like I'm really happy to be friends with you, but I can't do it this way anymore, and here's examples. And so she owned that, she recognized it, and but she couldn't find a new way to do it. So, but basically, I would always respond to her messages, very much so. And then I recently, so what I noticed is the phone calls would just fall back into an old pattern for her. And then I would kind of listen for a while and go, okay, well, I need to go now. But I'm back in the country here, or you can contact me through. But she just stopped contacting me because I'm not available to take care of her. So it's just not an option. But I will be back in her state, and I'll mention that I'm back there. I'm happy. Let's get together for lunch. I'll see what happens. She hasn't wanted to meet in person. I think it's scary for her because she's never been really authentic, so that she doesn't know how to do that, how to meet. So we'll see what happens. See what happens in November. So you try to gently look at the awareness of what is going on, and if you can proceed with a friend and keep that going, find gentle ways to do it, but look at your mind, you know, and just be aware of what's arising in your mind gently, okay? You don't need to lay trips on yourself, okay? And just just if I'm just bringing my mind back to a breath, and the breath is always there, it's always fantastic with mindfulness, it's just sometimes in a meeting, having a little struggle now, I'm just gonna inhale, I'm gonna exhale, let it go. Maybe I need another inhalation, another exhalation. Okay, so what happens is discomfort will arise because this is samsara. That's its nature. That's samsara's nature. So samsara, again, Sanskrit word, it means to cycle or to turn, right? And we're turning through a mess. Birth, old age, sickness, death. It's a mess. It's all suffering, it's uncomfortable, okay? So mindfulness teaches you brilliantly, okay? You may, in samsara, I inhale, I'm uncomfortable. I exhale, I'm uncomfortable. Good enough. Sometimes it's just there. And what happens is, especially in the United States, all the people in the States completely uncomfortable with being uncomfortable. And the escape patches, all the things they do to avoid, that this is samsara's nature. So the more you practice hanging with discomfort, the more comfortable it gets. And it's uncomfortable. I mean, look at the planet. Sometimes these stories, it's like, whoa, right? But if you're just kind of like, this is a really sad, tragic thing, I'm going to inhale, I'm going to exhale. I can pray for these people, I can hold them in my heart with compassion. It's uncomfortable, good enough. So mindfulness and self-awareness can really help dealing with emotions. Second one, and we mentioned before, remember the nature of your mind. Remember the nature of your mind, okay? So the mind is clear, non-physical, a stream of mental events arising, passing away. That's your mind. So suddenly, here comes a big piece of depression passing through. You don't need to over-embellish it. You don't need to say you're a terrible person. Watch it. It changes, right? It might last for a while, but it goes, changes into something else. Okay? The mental events, thoughts, emotions, they're impermanent. They appear, they disappear. They come and go. They are not permanent fixed entities at all. Okay? So again, you can go back, think of them as clouds in the sky. Okay? Sometimes they're heavy rain clouds, completely have obscured that clear, radiant nature of my mind. Okay? You know, I notice on retreat, you know, I'll do sometimes traditional 4 sessions a day of different, and every session my mind's different. It's still my mind, same thing, but it's always a little different. This session going really well, lots of concentration, great, and next session, horrible. Can't focus on anything. You know, and it's just, so you just hang there with it. Whatever's arising, coming, I just do my best. Sometimes if I need to, it's not going well, or I'm a little tired, end the session earlier. Sometimes going well, I'll extend the session, feeling pretty good. Like that. So you can look at the nature of the mind sometimes, the thoughts, experiences, emotions coming in, like waves rising and falling in the sea. It's helpful to look at the ocean sometimes, looking at that, or look at water moving, like your mind, coming and going, crashing, calm, lilting up this way, like that. Also, you can look at your mind in a sense like a dream, like a rainbow, things coming and going. I don't need to attach any more concreteness to the thought. And then I mentioned again, de-identifying with the emotion, de-identifying. So instead of, I'm an angry person, I just have a little bit more anger in my mind today. You know, I'm not a depressed person, but boy, there's a lot of depression in my mind this month. You know, you go through grief, you go through a loss of a loved one, of course you're gonna have a lot of sadness in your mind. That's very normal. Give yourself the space for that, like that. Here's another general antidote, being non-judgmental. Being non-judgmental, meaning what does come up in your mind, can I just, with equanimity, you know, why is the depressed thought taking so much more of my energy than this happy thought? And we really don't give a lot of airtime, some of us, to the positive qualities we have, do we? So as soon as you do something wrong, that gets all the attention, all the bright lights flashing, and you obsess about it for the next month. You know, I did an experiment, and it's just a kind of self-esteem trick. When we have bad self-esteem, and I worked with a woman, a manager, she was great, smart, really capable manager, and we were about the same age, and then she said that I was criticizing her too much. So I said, okay, you know, let me look at that, thank you. You know, it's hard to hear, but I really appreciate her saying, she said it in a really nice way, and we could talk to each other that way. And so I said, I'm gonna be very cautious, I'm gonna focus on that. But what she had was a victim personality as well. So she'd only heard the negative stuff. Everything she did was wrong, and everything, and a lot of blame externally. It's always somebody else's fault. So I kind of just watched, but I really watched from my side. I went, okay, I want to be very cautious. And so there were many positive things I'd say. And one time I remember we did a flyer for a course. She did it. She was great, designer. And then what I did is I came to her directly. She left it on my desk, and I came to her directly. And right away I said to her, you know, I wasn't like on my way to the kitchen. I wanted to say to her, thank you. This is perfect. Like, this is a great flyer. Like, fantastic. I don't know how you did it, but it's fantastic. This is exactly what we needed. And I looked her right in the eye, and I really meant it, you know. And she wouldn't make eye contact with me. So she'd kind of be like, yeah. And I said, no, I mean, this is great. I said, thank you for this. And then I actually had to say to her, hello, hello, this was great. Like, because she wouldn't acknowledge. But then so then I came through the kitchen and I really tracked for the month. Very little, any negative stuff to her. I was really tracking, and I was like even writing some stuff down. And then we had this big thing happening. She was in charge of cleaning the kitchen, and I came into the kitchen and very casually offhand, now granted I'm the director, so I have a little bit of weight as well, but came through the kitchen and just offhand went, oh, are we doing something with this pile of the bowls, or is that going somewhere? Like to anybody. I didn't know who was in charge, and just went through the kitchen. She obsessed about it for a month, that I said the thing. So then we talked again, and she said, well, you da-da-da, and then I went, and I had my list, and I said, well, remember the flyer, and remember the thing with the great thing you did with the car that I loved, and the thing you did with the thing, and I had all this, and then she was kind of like, oh. I said, do you remember those? And she goes, yeah. I said, well, that was all this positive stuff. You don't, I said, what other negative stuff did I say? She didn't remember anything, but all she focused on was the pile of the bowls. Where were they going to go? She didn't do her job. So be cautious with yourself. You have to give airtime to the good stuff. So in the morning, when I mention the waking up, you can do a waking up exercise. So when I said, so the first part is when I realize the body and mind is functioning. Hallelujah. That's great, right? And then you could go on, I said, to check on, relish, appreciate the positive circumstances of your life and make them personal. Go into your own creativity, loving parents and family, education, this, I've had great clothes and great food and great friends and whatever. So you go into that, but do you ever go into then my positive qualities and soak that up? People get embarrassed. They go, oh no, I shouldn't. Oh, I'm an egomaniac. No, you're not. You're a balanced person. Please reflect in a balanced way. I think I was a good daughter, right? I think I'm a good friend, pretty loyal friend. I try to do a good job. I try to meditate. I'm not great at it, but I try. I think I've been a good student. I could certainly do better, but I'm, just a balanced way. I'm not an egomaniac, like I'm great, by the way. Have you noticed? No, it's just, I'm acknowledging, oh, I can cook pretty well. I'm glad I can take care of myself, and I didn't, hang out with my parents for too long, asking them for money. Could do that. I don't think I'm a burden to my friends. Try to help them and be there for them. And, just have a look at your qualities. You're a good person. Do you ever acknowledge it? Some people need that more than other people. Just layer that in there, because that's being non-judgmental, right? And you look at certain thoughts and you give that one all this attention. I was so bad and I did this horrible. Okay, I made a mistake, and I did this good thing. So am I giving that equal time? Right? And then you just notice in general, there are emotions I don't like. That's okay. I'm working on reducing them because I see where they lead. Okay, it leads to attachment, aversion, all these other things, and then my mind's not peaceful. Okay? So just think of, but I can cultivate this sense of equanimity, this equal regard, so this non-judgmental, loving awareness and acceptance of whatever arises in my mind. So it makes me more that way with myself. And as Lama Yeshe would say, be kind and gentle with yourself, then you'll be that way with others. That's where it comes from. That. So let's look at pride. And we will take a break in a little bit because we go till 4. Yeah. And let me see if I come to something on the way to pride. Because it's always interesting. Now, we did talk about attachment. Let me deal a little bit attachment and obsession. Let's look. So this is what's interesting, is some of my material I put together, you want to look at what's the definition of attachment. Because we're not really quite sure what it is. We know it's a little bit about me benefiting. Okay, attachment is defined as a mental factor that perceives an object as attractive, exaggerates its attractiveness, regards it as a cause of happiness, and wants to possess and retain it. Isn't that attachment? I mean, there it is. It's pretty clear. So then you might say, well, so this is how the world's going on. What's the problem with that? You know, everybody's doing it, okay? But so then what you want to do is explore, and let me just read that again. Attachment is defined as a mental factor, and there's some there's a book in the library, Mind and Its Function, I think. There's two great old mind books, but they're totally relevant. Mind and Its Functions, and I think Mind and Mental Factors. And they're great to just see all the moltings of your mind, how you're, what is belligerence made up of, and what is spite, and there's virtuous mental factors, like faith. What's that about? Because Westerners don't have, we're not all Westerners here, but we don't have like built-in faith. I've learned a lot, so much from my Asian sisters and brothers that have really deep core of faith in them. Beautiful, and because they're from different cultures and how it's taught me to, to learn more about the faith and things and what faith is. So what we want to do, so attachment is defined as a mental factor that perceives an object as attractive, exaggerates its attractiveness, regards it as a cause of happiness, and wants to possess and retain it. So the first thing you need to understand is, why is that a problem? Because some people think that's fine, okay? Please check, and you have to check your mind when you feel attached, because it falls into obsession, of course. Okay, attachment disturbs your mind. Okay, your mind becomes unclear, unpeaceful. And I'll give you mundane to the non-mundane, okay? Any chocoholics in here? Okay, I lived with two of them, okay? So my mom, bless her heart, I would come from California, and there's a California chocolate, I would just bring a box. She loves chocolate. She loved chocolate. So here's a box of chocolate. I'd see her, the shakes would come. Oh, so excited. Okay. Then what she does, and this is what we do with things we're attached to, we impute, this is a source of happiness for me. Okay. Now there's certainly temporary happiness with chocolate. Okay. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche used to say, but let's touch reality. Lama Yeshe would say, are you touching reality? Like, are you really accurately understanding the pleasure of chocolate? Lama Zopa Rinpoche would say, the pleasure of chocolate, be conscious of it. Use your mindfulness. It's from here to here. That's it. Creamy, it's amazing in the mouth, delicious, what slides down here. By the time it gets here, a little aftertaste, it's over. So can we touch it like that? Disturbs, otherwise and I'd see her, oh, I need to, So we'd pass the box around. Everyone would have one piece. Maybe my dad would take a second piece. She would have a second piece. But then she'd take the box and it would disappear, never to be seen again, while she was having a third piece on the way to disappearing it. Okay, fair enough, it was her chocolate. But then 2 days later, my father would remember and say, what happened to the box of chocolates? And then she'd get a little red and he goes, is there anything left? She'd go, well, and she'd bring it out and there'd be like 2 pieces left. This big, but again, we know if we're going to take something mundane like chocolate, if chocolate is a true source of happiness, okay, then what that means is a true source of something to make you happy, like Dharma practice or meditation, certain meditations, is the more you have of it, the happier you get. So with chocolate, you can keep eating, and eventually you get sick. Not a true source of happiness. Temporary happiness, of course, no problem, okay? But there's a lot of bigger things we impute, and we just met the love of our lives, met this person, I need to have them, I want to possess them, oh, I see she's looking at them, uh-oh, I need to find a way to posture and get her out of, and you start, and then your mind's not clear, you're not peaceful, like that. You're going to consume that person, and you're obsessing about it. It's all you think about. You over embellish and tell all your friends about their perfect hair and their perfect voice and their perfect body, and they're going to bring you happiness. And then you get together. So partly you get together. Check on your relationships. We get together with big gaping holes in ourselves, and I'm going to throw that on it's almost like we come over to the person. Oh yes, okay. So now we burden them. And they're going to fix me, and they're going to make me happy. Impossible scene. Will never happen. Now you might feel a little happier with them, and you might say, I've decided I want relationship in my life. Nothing wrong with that. You might say, I've decided I want to get married. You might say, I've decided I want to have a kid with somebody, and I want to be in relationship with them and raise the kid together. Great. Nothing wrong with any of that. Okay? But to bring your big holes, that they're going to fill these holes, they're going to fix me, it's so unrealistic, and it's poisonous. It's poisonous. You'll destroy each other. So it's one thing to come to somebody. I'm not perfect. I'm working on myself. I don't have all the answers. I'd like to have a relationship with a like-minded person, you know, some realistic. We might not always be together. We might go through some stuff. They're not going to be perfect like me, but maybe, and that way it's a much more realistic way to meet with somebody, to connect, explore. Can you be friends for a while to really check? Sometimes we jump. We've leapt off the cliff, right? We call it falling in love. We're really falling into obsession. And it's all we do. And so I've had some friends, and you know, I don't know if you remember this phase. You meet a new person, and then you want to spend all your time with them. So you have these really good friends that you kind of let go for a while. And one of my friends used to say, okay, see you when you break up. Right? Because you're just all with this person, and then suddenly it didn't work out, and you're limping back, oh, no, it didn't work out, and but we do the best we can. But if it's reasonable to check out, really check before you jump into bed, before you get into these other complicated things, or get pregnant when you didn't plan, and just really try to see them, get the icing off, because what does happen is there's a honeymoon, and you've just vomited this projected fantasy onto them of this obsession. So you got that sweet, succulent icing dripping off, and it's just glorious. And you do have this in-love bubble because you get close to touching that unconditional love. In the beginning, you're willing to do anything for them. And you're willing to just accept some things you don't like about them. You don't really see that because the icing is covered. It's really great. But then what happens is 3 months later, 6 months later, a little bit of that icing starts wearing off, and their feet kind of smell. You know, I can't stand that thing she does with her hair. His teeth are really yellowed. You know, like you start seeing what was there all along that attachment and obsession doesn't allow you to see. Just like bred from the ignorance, I'm not seeing clearly at all. I've jumped, I've leapt to my death of obsession attachment. So these things come out, and then the really great relationships, they accept, they hang in there, they know it's not perfect, they're willing, and there's a lot of give and take. There's a lot of compromise. You know, who's here in relationship for a long time? How many years?
Well, 4. It's not that.
4, but that.
There's definitely a lot of compromise.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what makes it work. How many years? 19 years. A lot of compromise. Right? And going well?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. I mean, there's 7 years. Going okay? Yeah. And the dance, a compromise and give and take. And why not? Because the thing is, so here's a tricky thing, and women are accommodators. So just make sure, and not always, but is make sure that in an appropriate way, you are asking for what you want. 100% of the time. Go for it. Really, go for it. But expect not to get it all. But at least I put it out there because I have guy friends that go, I'm not a mind reader. I didn't know she wanted that. Like I just, I kept saying, but she never said. And then she's like, I want out of this. I want a divorce. He goes, I couldn't, we're different. We're wired differently, men and women. We just are. It's not that one's good, one's bad. We're just wired differently, right? There's a hysterical thing somebody sent me. Oh my God, I laughed out loud. I don't look at a whole bunch of stuff, but this was so funny about men and women. It was something done in the States where he started with the man, how men think. I don't know if some of you may have seen, but it was very clever. But he just said, and I found this so cute. and I had many relationships before I was a nun, is he said, you know, men have boxes. Their thoughts, their stuff's contained in boxes. And he said they have like the sports box, the work box, you know, the paddling around, maintaining the house box or renting, fixing things box. They've got the relationship box. They've got, you know, and none of the boxes touch. So when they're going to deal with something, one box comes out at a time, and that's what they're doing. Makes sense. So men also have the nothing box. And nothing drives women crazier than when the guy has got his nothing box out. And you go, what are you doing? And guys love that. That's their favorite box when they go, nothing, right? So it just goes on from there. It was the funniest thing. But then he slowly talks about all this, and it seems, it's kind of accurate in a stereotypical way, but it's very funny. And then he walks across the stage, because this is a man's head, you see. He walks across the stage, and here's the female head, right? And suddenly for women, it's like, this is wired to this, is this, and I'm doing this, and then I got this going on, and I didn't think, did you think about that? And I've got, you know, and we're just like, you know, completely different, you know. So it's just so funny. So understanding we think and we act differently, can we find that bridge? The bridge is there. Bridge is wonderful. I've seen couples, amazing. There's very close friends of mine. I've stayed with them a few times. And they don't have children, which has simplified things, but they've been together 40 years, I guess. Very compatible relationship. And I watched the one time I was with them, and he was a big CEO kind of, and she was helping as an assistant, helping him. She's also got a strong personality, but I come out of my bedroom in the morning in their apartment, and they're racing around, and it's very tense. And he's looking for a file, and he has a meeting, and he's got to go, and he's late, and the two of them are, so I was like, okay. And I hear, and then at one point, he snaps at her, and she's looking, and then he just offhand opens his mouth, and blah, you know. So she stops right there, and I'm kind of like, whoops, you know, I'll go back in my room, and she stops, she catches it, whatever barb, and then she says to him, just very calm, and she says to him, what I heard you say was blah, 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 blah. But what I think you meant was, I'm really late for this meeting. I'm very stressed. I know you're helping me look for the folder. I'm really kind of freaked out that I can't find the folder. You're being really wonderful that you're helping me, and thank you so much. And then she's like, okay? And I watched, and I'm thinking, because he's a big, tough guy, like he can really, and I thought, uh-oh, what's he gonna, and he turned to her and he said, took a breath, and he said, you're absolutely right, and I'm very grateful to you for helping me, and I'm sorry if I raised my voice, and thank you, and let's try to find the folder. And I was like, wow. So they call it the blah, blah, blah game. And I saw him do it with her another time when she was getting all testy and smacked him with some words, and I thought, brilliant. They made up their own game that has a way of them calling each other. They have permission to do it. They've agreed. This is our thing. And it just cuts all the tension and has them going, wait a minute, I value you. You're helping me. You know, brilliant. So figure out a way that you can look at that with, you know, it's an offering you make your partner. And the other thing is the close loved ones, these relationships you're having. And sorry, I didn't include the people online. How are your relationships going? How long, anybody in relationship, how long? Yoan, how long a relationship? 0. Or 3 years, 0. 4 years. 4 years. And it going okay, Di?
52 years.
52 years.
Yeah.
Wow. And
it's been hard. It's been hard.
Sure, it's hard.
Yeah.
And you work on it. You were some of the good relationships. My sister was 25 years in her first relationship, first marriage. He passed away, but she said, we work on it. She said, but mostly it's easy. So if you have that basis where mostly it's easy, where there's an agreement, sometimes it's a little bit more challenging. It's not that easy. You can discuss. 52 years. Amazing, right? So one of the things in the partner, here's another thing with our most loved ones, whether it's just a dear friend, but often a partner, somebody you live with, and so you take them for granted. It's normal. They're always there. They're going to love me. Doesn't matter. I don't really need to, be kind to them and spend. And sometimes the person most intimate is the one we're roughest with, because we know they'll never let us go. They'll never give up on us. They'll never, and I can get my stuff out if that's one of your modes and like that. So one of the things you can offer them, your partner, is to listen well to them. Because have you ever had this happen? Your partner's talking. I've seen so many couples because I stay with all these different people. Your partner is speaking, and what actually goes in, is that the ice cream truck? Just like in the States. Oh my goodness, just like, and it's amazing how that tune, it just, all of a sudden this gush of wellness comes over me. A false sense of well-being, we might say. The ice cream truck. Yes. But it's also got that tone, that carnival tone to it. Oh, same in the States, it's the same sound. Now, what they did in the States is they're not allowed to park in a neighborhood and play. They have to roll down the street slowly because they said the kids were eating too much junk. Anyway, so they roll down this. I don't get the difference. They roll down the street slowly, and then eventually a kid will run out, then they stop. I don't know what the difference, and they still play the music, but anyway. The States has so many issues, So, but here's an offering you can make to your loved one, your closest intimate person, whether you're married to them or just a close friend, is active listening. This is where we get into a lot of trouble in relationships, active listening. Really, because when they're speaking to you, something could be important. It could be, mildly important. It could just be kind of like when you're going to pick the kids up, or I'm going to go get the milk, or, if you're going out, can you get the milk, or something like that. But what we hear, what comes in as they're speaking, because we're so used to them, instead of, we're out of milk or something, what we hear is, we didn't hear a word. We're busy thinking about ourselves. I've got something more important. So then later, and I've been with some of these couples, and then I'll hear, and I watch the whole thing unwind, I hear, but I told you. And then the other one says, no, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. And then, because we're not listening. So one thing I did as an experiment with this manager at the center, when she was saying we both felt we weren't listening to each other well enough. So I really did that month where I was really wanted to listen to her, make sure. So one time we were in the kitchen, I was cooking and she was washing dishes, and our backs were to each other. It's a big country kitchen in this farmhouse in Vermont, big wooden counter in the middle. So I decided what she was talking about was important. So I decided to turn the burner off so I wouldn't burn the food. And I turned around, stopped cooking, and was like this on the counter, just looking at her back, but just really making sure I was hearing everything she was saying. And it's no big deal, but I just sat there. And then she finished the dishes and she dried her hands and she turned around and she saw me like this. And she saw me, and then she said, all of a sudden she sees me and she goes, what's wrong? I was just, and then I said to her, I said, oh, nothing, I was just listening to you. And she was so touched by that I wasn't, how we're always listening and doing something, we're vacuuming and we're doing something. And she said she was very touched by that I just stopped everything to listen to her. And I said, it's important to me what you say, and so it's a nice thing you can offer. You can offer somebody. So with attachment, about your moods go up and down, okay? So you're happy when you get what you want, because it's about what I need. I'm unhappy when you don't do what I want you to do, or I don't get what I want. If it's someone I'm attached to, and if they're depressed, sometimes I get depressed. I mirror their behavior. It's not really helpful, right? Sometimes it leads us to do silly, reckless things because we think will impress them, or because we think it will make them worry and I'm pissed off at them. And I want to kind of get, it leads to dissatisfaction again and again and again. One of the main sufferings we experience. They say attachment is like drinking salt water. You're always going to be thirstier. It leads to more attachment. Desire increases like that. No matter how much we have, we always want more. So one way to experience as well is, this is part of that morning reflection on the circumstances of my life, that is, can you be satisfied with what you have? You know, and that's a component to develop Shine, is they give you things about, if you're trying to do a 6-month Shine calm abiding retreat to get calm abiding, you need certain conditions, and it talks about it in the Lamrim books. For instance, if you're at a retreat center, you want to have people that are conducive to supporting your practice, so that, you know, there is intention, that you feel that it's a peaceful place and there's no wild animals that can eat you, or dangerous people, or things like that. It's a peaceful, clean place, clean environment, all those things, but also in your mind, that your mind is unfettered with, I need this, I need that, I'm looking at the internet, oh, look at that pair of shoes, and I want this iPad, is this, where you're constantly, and our world, especially in the United States, is designed for that more and more. Like, I'm amazed at whether it's fashion, so women's fashion in particular, they create a new fad, and then everybody needs to have that. You know, I used to buy very plain clothes because they never went out of style. They'd always fit in. And the latest fad of this, I mean, I love being a nun because I always wanted to have a uniform. I hated clothes shopping. So it was easy, but you see how the fad comes and then everybody has to have that. That's the latest, but by the next year it's done. And that way you're gonna buy more clothes, buy another thing. So they also do it with things like home design. So this is the kitchen now that everybody has. So even though you did your kitchen 2 years ago, well, that's not the color of the counters that they're doing anymore. Then people feel, when your counters are perfectly fine, you need to change it? Is it really that necessary? So people get caught up in that. Oh, well, she has the latest cabinets. And I know some people that get very caught up in that dissatisfaction. And knowing with dissatisfaction, samsara, the happiness and pleasure we have, never lasts. In samsara, it never lasts. So it's nice to experience it, certainly have the ice cream cone, enjoy it, but it's not the lasting happiness. So it's the same with people. Like, I'm engaged, I'm in a long-term relationship, let's say. Great, you're working on it. You're feeling it's a good one. You want to keep going, and you and your partner, I know, I have some friends, very fortunate, my friends have very good relationships. There's very few divorces of my close friends. And they work on the relationships. So one of them, like, actively growing their relationships, he and his wife, they have different interests, but they found a way, it's complementary, and they discuss with each other. One took a course online and did this thing and told his wife what he learned and things, and she's great. And she has her own thing that she does. She does Reiki work and something completely different from him. And he's very supportive that she does. So can you find those complementary things? There's couples I know very healthily take separate vacations once in a while. Like, one of them goes off with her girlfriends to a beach trip, and he's off on a golfing thing with some friends. I think it's really healthy to do that. And then you come back together and you tell them what you did and what was fun. And so it can be really helpful. Now, you may find you're in a relationship, it's not working. It's really not. You really love the person, you really care for them. A woman that came on one of my pilgrimages, some of the people come on pilgrimage because they're in a transition. And she came, and she was a student in Vermont, wonderful woman. And they had 2 grown daughters, and her husband really just wanted to sit in front of the TV every night and watch TV. And that was not her life at all. She wanted to travel. She was studying. She was really getting into Buddhism and doing all kinds of different art things and volunteering, and just had a whole different experience. So he didn't want to travel, so they discussed it and tried to find a way, and then she went off on her own a little bit. He was fine with that. And she did that more and more, and then came to a conclusion she didn't want to be in a relationship with him anymore. So again, there's these very difficult components, and she came back and discussed it with her daughters, and told him that she wanted a divorce, and then he completely blamed her. And when I spoke to her a couple of years ago, he still wasn't talking to her after many years. So again, sometimes you have to in order to really pursue something that you feel is really important, even though it hurts another person, sometimes that may be the route you take. And it's not that you're bad and things, but otherwise you'll be dealing with a lot of resentment in yourself and unfulfilled things. And he has a chance to grow, and maybe he'll come around. And it was really a hard decision for her. And I know it pains her that he won't speak to her, but so sometimes what can happen in general in relationships, I had this happen for me, and if there's a bad parting and the person won't speak to you, you can do the work without them and do your meditations and place them in front of you. So either say what you need to say again and again and again until you feel done. Like if they've hurt you, explain your story, tell them, you can learn to forgive them if you choose to go that route and learn that process, and say what you want to say. There's times you might ask for forgiveness that you've wronged them. Speak to them. You can do Tonglen meditation with them in front over, and you have to do it often again till you feel that something shifted, right? So I had an old boyfriend who was very angry how we parted and was not speaking to me. Somebody I was with most of my 20s, wonderful guy. And he was really like my best friend. And then he wouldn't speak to me. 12 years he didn't speak to me. He sent letters back unopened. I couldn't reach him anyway. There was no way. So he turned 40, and then I decided prior to this I would do the work on my own. I just needed to kind of find a way to let it go, and I missed him terribly. And so finally, and I did a lot of meditation work with him in front of me over and over and over. Then he turned 40 some years later, and I really felt I had cleansed this. Like I felt like I've done the best I can. I wish him well. Hope all is going well with him. And I'd hear about him through friends, what was happening. But finally, he turned 40, and we didn't have the internet before that. But then the internet was up. I had an email address. I sent him a card. He was living in Africa, far away from me. Got an address, sent a card, very short. Wrote a little note. I just wanted to wish you well. Happy birthday. If you have any interest at all to be in touch, my email address, just like that. Thinking of you. And like the next week, I got an email back. We're like best friends ever since. So sometimes it clears, and you just need to be patient. Time heals a lot of things, and it was great to kind of move through that, and then eventually being able to apologize to him in person, and he's like, "Oh, that's finished. That's over. Like, don't worry about it. We're past that." So attachment can lead to problems in relationship when you become too dependent on someone. That's also, so trying to fill your own holes and figure out what helps you. They can support you. You support them. They don't necessarily have to have the same spiritual beliefs as you, but it makes it easier if they do, like that. My last boyfriend, before I got ordained, I was going off to a 4-month meditation retreat. And he was so supportive. I think he was actually happy to get rid of me for 4 months, but he bought me a new sleeping bag, and took me to the airport. Like, he was really tried to help make it whatever. And then I saw him at the end, but I think he was happy to get his space. But it's nice when you can really allow somebody to go, rather than going, well, you're going to go for 4 months? But he knew this was so important to me, this meditation retreat, and he was very supportive. It was very helpful. Like that. So look at if you're possessive, if you're jealous, and look at what that's about for you, because it's an insecurity in yourself. But look at if your partner strays, if they are having an affair, if they're not being truthful with you. It could be a sign, like, do I need to check in, or there's somebody that my friend said I could never trust. Then maybe explore that, and maybe realize that actually that's a value you hold, and you need a partner who's really honest. And that, that you're moving through something. So we do act out certain things we need to clear up with certain relationships at times. And my relationships, I found, interestingly enough, they got healthier and healthier and healthier. And the last one, we ended up getting ordained together. And I remember I said to him, what other kind of vows did you think we were going to take? This is it, hon. But it was great. It was and I used to say to somebody, great way to break up. It worked. So, and again, attachment lends to other emotions like jealousy, anger, fear, worry, like that. Sometimes you have unrealistic expectations for a person. So check that. Again, I find that expectations, we have a lot of expectations in general about things. People come on the pilgrimages that I lead. Sometimes you have a lot of expectations. They've never been to India. So I usually say to them, please leave those at home. Expectations, the mother of disappointment. It's never going to be what you think it will be. But we have expectations about people. And so explore that, is this realistic? Is this realistic? Am I asking too much of them? You know, it's like, what if they wanted me to do this? How would I, you know, so you can look at that. And sometimes, you know, the negative parts of relationships, we have us lying to the other person. It's rather, there's lying, and then there's what one of my friends said. Her husband was an overly reactive person, the head of this big patriarch of a big family and very powerful kind of guy. And so she had a thing of his need to know, like the car broke down or this was, and she said he doesn't have a need to know that. I don't need to tell him that. Like, so that's a little different than lying. Like, she wouldn't set it up for that. So that can actually pacify certain things. Attachment can interfere with Dharma practice. Your mind keeps thinking about the person over and over. Then I decide, oh, I was going to just do my practice, but no, I think I'll call them and start texting them about this thing, you know, or things like that. It spends you, so you have a lot of other time sometimes with attachment of idle gossip about people and with little time to practice Dharma, like that. So some antidotes I want to talk about, and then we're going to take a break. Just some quick, is reflecting on the faults of attachment, obsession. How's your mind when you're in that space? How much practice are you doing? So you want to get clear on those faults, right? And then here's another one, meditate on impermanence. Meditate on impermanence, they say. Your loved one. So I don't care what kind of relationship you're in, one day you're going to be separated in death. You know, even if, God forbid, you die in a car accident together, your death experience is your own. You don't go through it with them. Like that. So and sometimes you can get in a relationship, I know one day we'll die in the end, but I really want to have a long-term relationship with somebody. Okay. Like that. So you could also visualize, this is something very traditional they do, the Tibetan system is to visualize them aging, the aging body. And even if they're younger, visualize the functions of their body. Sometimes it's disgusting, right? Toe cheese, right? That's what we call it in America, but just, you know, there's some stuff, it's like, it's kind of, okay? So you can look at that a little bit, and knowing the temporary nature of any happiness we experience from them. It lasts a very short time. You know. So can you at least revel in it when it's happening? Really appreciate, be present with the good times. A lot of people are not. The present comes, this wonderful moment, and they're already like, oh, our vacation's ending soon, oh no, you know. Just be in the moment. And if it's about belongings, if it's about your stuff, okay, you can't take any of that with you, as you know, when you die. And if there are I say gently collectors among us instead of hoarders, but that's a big one. And I know one thing that my brother has a bit of that tendency. He's a wonderful guy, but it's really got out of control. And then he witnessed me cleaning out my parents' house. So, and how laborious it was, how emotionally draining, because I did a very nice job, like of really looking at their stuff and portioning it out to the few family members that wanted things and selling things and being very transparent with my family, taking pictures of everything. Does anybody want this? But it was a long, tedious process so when he saw, and at one point I said to him, don't leave this to your kids. Don't have your kids dealing, like, you take care of it, because your stuff is much more than mom and dad's stuff. And I think he kind of got that. So it's really a hassle. And there's also if you have a shopping issue, or there's a meditation, I do a little exercise with people, because I have done addiction courses, and one woman came, she has obsessive shopper addiction, and nearly ruined her family, online shopping addiction. So what you can do, and it used to be we had things called department stores. I think you had those in England. I guess Harrods is like the famous big one, and Sainsbury's and Debenhams and, you know, all these John Lewis department stores where they have many different things. So they still have some of these stores. They're disappearing in America, but online shopping as well. And you go online and please shop in incognito mode. I'll call it private mode. Are you aware of that on your computer? Okay, great. Because if you don't, it remembers you and it starts sending you all the videos of the red shoes and the thing you wanted to, you know, endlessly. So you get this brainwashing comes in and you go, oh yeah, maybe I should, oh yeah. It's not anything I thought about in the morning, because I went online to buy socks, very specific pair of socks in a specific color, and that's all I needed in the morning. That was the only thing in my mind. Now you're online and all these things are popping up. Okay, so the rule is, the reflection is, the exercise is that particular day, you're only allowed to buy socks. Socks you went online, nothing else. And if you want the other stuff, then you can go on another day and get it. Go back. Because sometimes something does pop up and you go, oh yeah, I did need those kitchen sponges that, not today. Do it another day. And generally, in the department store was easier because you'd go in, right? But it's more delectable because there's the stuff you're touching, and then here's the magical sign that says sale, 2 for 1. So now I'm going to buy 2 of the fleece vests. I didn't need any of them. I only came in for socks. So again, skillfulness. So what would happen is, I tell people, we did this a lot in one of the courses in the States I was doing, and so I said, you're only allowed to leave with the socks purchased, go. Sometimes the shopping place wasn't near you, so you'd never go back the next day to get it. It was just cut. So it was a way to cut that thing. You can look at the signs and look at, because I'd notice I go into a department store for the socks, but suddenly 3 other things are over my arm now within 15 minutes. And remember, in the morning, those things weren't even in your mind. That's how attachment works. And the stores know it, fashion industry knows it, all the consumer, so that you buy. We are in the desire realm. That's its nature. This is a realm we made a deal through our karma to come back. Let's take a break. 20 minutes, is that good? 20 minutes, okay, great. Let's come back at 3:30, and then we'll have a half an hour more. Thank you. And then we'll take some questions. Everybody okay? Okay. Maya, yeah.
I've got 2, but I'll just start off with one. It was to do with approaching Dharma practice. It was knowing how to practice with a bit more lightness than, you know, like a to-do list like we do in everyday life. It's just
Great question.
a habit.
And also, are we addressing some of the attachment obsession things you wanted to, is it helpful? Yeah. No, I just wanted to make sure it's helping some of. So regarding, this is a question about how do we set up Dharma practice so it's joyful rather than another thing we have to do with the lists of, and a lot of people struggle with that. So it's so helpful to find joy in your practice. We really want to come from that place. And so I think on some level can we reduce a little bit of the beginnings of the practice to just get the sitting, and some of it does get streamlined as we're doing it. So once we're more familiar with some prayers and recitations, we can do them more quickly, and that's okay. And finding a balance where when you have a day off, I might extend this a little bit more, but I can't do it when I'm working. So, and get an alternative, meaning you can vary your practice a little bit every day. So you might have certain components. So when I'm working, let's say it's 5 days a week or something, I'm doing it like this, but I'm gonna every other day do different prayers so that it makes it a little more varied. And then when I get a little bit more time, I think then I'll read that section, study that a little bit, and figure out how to do that. So we have to make some effort. And what time wasters exist in our regular life that we really could, and so make it gentle in the beginning where you're borrowing, you say borrowing, I'm taking 15 minutes of this time waster, and I'm moving that over into the practice rather than I can't ever look at another computer game ever again, or whatever you're wasting time. I don't know what people do, but so make it a short amount to see that, sometimes we have to get up 15 minutes earlier. That can add a whole thing where we're not so crunched. So there's little adjustments like that I'd say we could make. And but I know it's not easy trying to fit it all in with a busy life and with work and families. And so I think do the best you can. And also start and find the things, the parts of your practice you really enjoy most. Get those going really well so they oil up the practice. And then later I can kind of explore that practice, which I'm not so fond of, but let me have another look at that. So do the things that you really find enjoyable first. And then if you can intersperse where we have to lessen one part of the practice because I decided I want to go online and do this 3-week course every Wednesday. And I want to make that 2-hour chunk in the evening when I come home from work and do that. And so I realized this teacher's only going to teach that. Let me do that. And or can you sign up for the course and that time doesn't work for me, but I'm going to get the recordings. Then I can watch it whenever I want. And there's a lot of stuff online you can build in. So some study can be helpful too, with some inspiring teachers. And there are some really great masters that are male, female, that you can watch some of their things. I mean, the people we've been recommended right now, I think have come through England. I'm thinking of His Eminence Ling Rinpoche, for one. This is the next generation. They're all about 40. So His Eminence Ling Rinpoche, normally residing in India. I think His Eminence Song Rinpoche, who's in the middle of a program right now in Los Angeles, and Serkong Senchab Rinpoche. And they're all around the same generation, same age. They're very, very special. One is a lay lama. Serkong Senchab Rinpoche is not a monk. The other two are monks. And they do teach around the West. They come and try to get yourself in the presence of somebody like that once in a while, whether you start online or whether, because you can't travel, it's too far to go, and you don't have to go to India at all. But they come through London. See if you can, Kondrola's another one who's taught in London. She's amazing. So for women, it's also, she's incredible. So she's another amazing being. And then somebody that a personal friend, is Jitsuma Tenzin Palmo, the English nun, who is based in India. It's amazing to visit her there because the nunnery is a pure realm. It's just wonderful. But she teaches a lot online, and she's not teaching really anymore, but all of the recordings. She's very inspiring because she's a Westerner. So, and she's from England, so she's from this culture. She's beautiful. And she talks a lot, very practical joy in the practice and very down to earth, teaching in English. So Serkong Senchab Rinpoche teaches a lot in English, and His Eminence Song Rinpoche, His Eminence Ling Rinpoche, they do some in English, but then they'll teach through a translator, and Kondrola's only through a translator. So a few people that can help just ignite a little bit, and you get, and then you can come to some Western teachers or Geshe Namdok to do a study program if you can fit it in. Take little bite-sized chunks. Little bite-sized chunks like that. And you had another question?
It's to do with motivation. How do we create a genuine motivation that we might realise is maybe like a motive behind a motivation? If you have a sense that you're maybe wanting something that's not that genuine, and how to kind of make it genuine.
Yes, so her question is, how do we, in relation to motivation, when we're realizing behind the motivation, it's really a bit self-serving. So so the thing is, we have to do the best we can. We all think of ourselves a lot, and it's just normal. So don't be too hard on yourself. And Rinpoche said to me one time, I was walking with Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and just suddenly, this silly thing I said, and I said, well, Rinpoche, I say those words every morning, motivation, and I try to put my mind in the right place, but I don't have any bodhicitta. I said, it's just superficial. And he swung around to me so quickly and said, we have to start somewhere, right? Right? So again, like you do the, we just, this is where we are. Like I might say, okay, we try. So initially we're contriving. I'm forcing it. I'm kind of saying again, but it has some seeds in there, the good motivation, but I realize, yeah, good enough, okay. And what happens is in the contriving, forcing it, we have an expression in the States, I think in England as well, fake it till you make it, right? But it's really, in a sense, like fake it till you become that. So you can fake it and fake it and fake it, and you go, I'm faking it, but it leaves an imprint, the bodhicitta motive, like it does layer something in there after a while. So we're doing the best we can. It's okay.
It's like building a habit, establishing a behavior.
That's right.
A new pattern.
That's right. And it does leave a trait. There is something there. So just keep on, and because if I'm trying my best, I can't do any better than that. That's it. So, but we also know when we're not trying our best and we're a little bit lazy and I could really, and we get stuck in those patterns too. So that's why Dharma centers are helpful, because you hear somebody else inspires you and you go, and then you make a Dharma buddy and you go, oh yeah. And we actually had literal Dharma buddies when our center in North Carolina, they have a lot of people come, and a wonderful center. But what we did is one course, people were struggling and lazy, and so I said, what do we, do you want to do some Dharma buddies? And who here? Somebody you don't know. So first they had to establish at a break time, somebody they didn't know, meet somebody, start talking. And then if they wanted, it was totally up to them, but they'd pick a Dharma buddy they didn't know, they'd exchange contact info, but it was between them how they wanted to contact each other. So there was one pair that decided they'd call once a week, have a little 15-minute conversation. They wanted to do it like that. Another one starts, they just text in the morning, couple times a week. Hey, how's your meditation? I just read this book. It was great. Do you want to borrow it? Or some of them didn't even live near each other. But they found, what people told me was, the people, you have mornings you don't want to practice, you're not doing anything, and you rush to work and mind's a little tilted, and you go, yeah, all right, just that day. And then you get a text from your buddy. So then they said, oh, then I realized when I go home I'm going to sit, because I felt like I owe it. You kind of owe it to them, but you owe it to yourself. So they motivated them. And then there was another day, the partner didn't want to do anything, and they said, come on, you get 10 minutes. Let's go for 10 minutes right now. And so really, and some of them years later, they're still meeting. And they said it's totally changed their Dharma practice, having this person is unconditional, no judgment. You don't want to practice today, doesn't matter. And you decide on your own terms. And eventually some of them met, and they met at a cafe, and they wanted to kind of sit and compare. And then a couple of them decided they're reading this book together, and they pick a book, and then they take 6 weeks and they map out the book. And so it's really up, so you could do some Dharma buddies here and say, do you want to join me and let's do something. And you do whatever you want to do together, whatever you decide in your own way. I think one couple, they were just emailing. One group, they said, we just email, and I share things of what like that. Maybe you could try. Does anyone want to be her buddy? There you go. Okay. There you go. Figure it out. Sounds great. I'll check back in. And if you got other people here, feel free to, it can be really helpful. I mean, at first it feels, people are shy and they go, oh, I don't know. But then they decided to do it. And then we picked up 6 years later because we had COVID and I wasn't there for a while. And so these other buddies were going strong. And then other people were like, I want a buddy. They're like, can I buddy with somebody? And it's okay. You don't need to live near each other. And yeah, it's great. And we have people online that can buddy with you as well. Would anyone like a buddy? They're looking at me like deer in the headlights. What? Is she talking to me? Any other questions from people online? Anybody here from what we've been talking about?
An observation, you might turn into a question, but it's the first time it's happened actually, but this morning, at the end of that meditation, when we started the day, I had a really felt like that flowed out of what we've done. So I'm not attaching anything to it or to it, just been sitting like that.
So you said in the meditation something came out of, it was flowing out of you, but I missed one word.
Just at the end of the meditation.
Yeah, the cloud one with the nature of the mind, yep.
And there was some quite intense feelings during that meditation, but at the end I felt really, really
Unwell.
Yeah, so I just wondered if you had any
Okay,
observations on,
sure,
because that's the first time I've experienced that.
okay, yep.
Normally I kind of come out a bit really settled and what have you.
Interesting. I mean, different things come up in meditation, and it's really normal. You also notice the subtle energy system gets involved, and we're not even aware of that. So there have been times I've been meditating with people, and I open my eyes and look around the room or retreat room, and somebody's like this, just because the subtle wind's like, and some people feel like if they have an object of meditation, they're looking at a Buddha in their mind, and they'll say to me, oh, the object's moving and it's turning, and it's all normal. So occasionally it's just sometimes you access something. I don't really have any more to say other than don't get too attached to whether it's going really, really well. We get attached to that. We also get attached when it's not going well. It's just another something coming up. I haven't had many people experience that from that meditation, but
I'm not, kind of, is it good, is it bad, but just it was really interesting that that's it for a moment.
yeah, and the thing is, it is something to look at again. You may want to try it again and see what is under that. That's because it can access some other things that are kind of boiling along, but I'm not really looking at it, and something I kind of need to deal with, and you could see what happens. So
Did you say nausea, Jeremy? I think that's the word that you missed.
nausea. Okay, I missed the nausea. Yeah. That's common in meditation. That'll happen because also we're very much the sky, so it's more of a. It's not kind of like meditating on death where you're analyzing, there's nothing you can do about death and you're like dealing with these words more in the mind. But the spacious clarity of the mind can make people feel dizzy and nauseated. That's a common.
Because I had some quite peculiar sensations when I got connected.
Yeah. And I would say just relax in the meditation a little bit. Like you don't have to do it so intensely, but just kind of, and did some people feel emerging with that experience of the sky a little bit? You get a little bit more used to that, and just as a taste, because you suddenly realize that your mind does have an aspect like that, but it can be a little bit like, whoa, I never thought about this, but So in some ways, it's not a bad sign to have that because you might be a little bit knocking on the door of the space of awareness like that, and it can feel suddenly like, oh, I've never been here before. I've never realized that. So that's, I think, good. Could be a good sign. Like that. Other people doing with that early meditation, the nature mind, the one with the clouds, how did that go for people? Die? Do you want to unmute?
Sorry. I really like that meditation and I have done it before. I just don't know whether it was lovely and I had tears rolling down my face the whole time. But I don't know if it's attachment or if it's engaging with the essence of the meditation. How do I know the difference?
Well, part of it is, I would say, let go and relax. For the most part, like whatever's coming up, you're crying, you feel tight, there's something in your throat. It's all really normal. And if we're newer to meditation, all these things are shifting in the body. It does affect the subtle nervous system. So more than that is just relax. Sometimes you might need to back off a little bit if you find it too intense. It's all good experiences.
I mean, it was lovely. I really enjoyed it. And I wasn't upset and I was relaxed. But I just don't know if I was attached to the feeling of it or whether I was...
Well, I think it's a little bit of a combination. I think we get a little attachment to going, oh, I feel like I'm doing this well, or I had a little bit more concentration this time. And that's fine, but you don't want to get overly attached where then I go, well, it was a really good meditation, and then you never have it again. It takes ages to... So I think it's good to just look at what comes up and go, oh, this is pleasant. Great, like note that, and just keep going. Just keep going, and then if it feels too intense, I feel too nauseated, just back off and bring yourself back to the room or bring yourself back to the grassy hillside. Everything's, and so there's time. So what happens is when we're newer, the mind's not as much in control. and we're learning kind of what, like if you're doing shine, calm abiding on an object, let's say an image of the Buddha, what happens is you squeeze too tightly, like I'm really got a hold of the Buddha, and then it flips out, it pops out. But if I'm too lax with it, drowsy, and then I start dozing off and it's not clear at all. And so you start to get the balance, your mind gets exercised just like a muscle, even though it's not physical. But you're also exercising the mind to know just how to hold it, to develop that level of meditative absorption. I'm absorbing my mind into the object when I'm trying to concentrate on something. And it takes practice, like anything. So I think you're doing fine, whether you have tears rolling down your face. But again, you don't have to feel either averted from it, or I shouldn't be crying, or I am crying. It's kind of like, this is just what's turning up. I just observe it. And unless I'm in tremendous discomfort, like you're pain at your heart or something, then I'd say relax, back off. That, you know, but otherwise, just explore what your mind is. Just see if you can touch that space of awareness as you're doing that kind of meditation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from anybody online about the meditations, or everybody doing okay? Great.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes.
I felt like I think I'm somewhat resistant to just ordinary mindfulness. Like I find like just the practice of focusing on the breath doesn't really work for me. So that was actually quite a rare and very, very high quality meditation experience for me, and I felt very well guided into that. And I suppose the problem I have with my self-taught meditation practice is it always seems a little bit risky, in the sense of maybe I'm going to take myself off and get lost and then never come back, sort of thing. So,
no, we'll
you know,
keep you. We'll find you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But I guess I felt very safe and well guided into a really genuine meditative sort of experience. So it was very rare and very high quality experience, which I really benefited from.
Oh, good. No, I'm glad. And tomorrow we're going to do a different version of that, a different type of, there's different ways into the nature of mind. It's just nice to have a few tools. And these are tools for you that, again, when life is a hassle, these are the things I reach for. These are things I go back very quickly. You can go back, especially if you do it a lot. The meditations are designed that we do them repeatedly so that they're automatic, that I can bring up the nature of my mind or something. You know, I was just, this flight coming out of retreat, I just got a month's retreat in Shetland Island on my friend's property, and I don't come out very well. You know, I'm still like, I came out too quickly, but it's just I didn't have time, and then terrible storm, and then the flight was canceled, and then a long trip to the airport and all that, but it all worked out perfectly. It was the perfect ending. But my mind's still in the space, but then I could easily, if there was any tension with the flights and the people get a little upset with the weather and and I could just kind of be there with my mind and be like, okay, you know, like it's always accessible to me more readily now because I do those meditations often. So it's nice to give you just varieties so you can reach for different things. And different things work for different people, like that. So a couple questions here, Mark and Nicola.
I've been doing the meditation 101 on the FMPT, and it's fantastic, and I really love the 9-round breathing and mind is like the sky, and I've got ADHD, and it surprised me that those techniques work really well for ADHD.
Yes.
The problem I'm having at the minute, and I was wondering if you could give me some advice on it, is that I'm often in pain regardless of what position I'm in. And is there any advice you can give me on that?
So Nicola's saying, I don't know if you could hear that. Could you hear her question? Okay, great. Advice in pain in the body, and you just have to experiment. So please, here's the first thing. If you're sitting on cushions on the ground, fine, experiment with types of cushions. Our bodies are all different. So I happen to sit on the corner of a square cushion. I just need a little lift under my tailbone, that corner. Can't sit on round cushions, my legs go to sleep, they go numb. So experiment. Some people need something very high. Fair enough. Some people put their feet behind them like that. That's fine. If that works for you and keeps your back straight and back somewhat extended, great. Works. Some people want a chair. And if you're in a chair, see if you can find what cushion, what seating is going to work. And put a cushion under your feet if the chair is too high. And try different things. Now what you might need to do is just do short segments until the body can move, till you go, this is as long. But again, through practice, see if it works as your body gets more used to it, that you can extend the session a little. Like I said, I couldn't do 10 minutes in this position. And then the body also practiced, so it got used to being comfortable. But experiment with different things and make sure you're well supported like that. Because if people, so these chairs are fine, and some people want one with arms, some people don't want the arms, so like that. Hope that's helpful. Yeah. Mark.
I could say I don't have a strong visual imagination, but actually, like, that would be underselling it. I don't see the mountain, I don't see the sky, I just have complete sort of darkness. And so when you're guiding us through this meditation, obviously that it rings out to me that I'm not having the same experience as everyone else, and I can sort of go, like, conceptually, okay, I'm the sky, I'm on the mountain, I'm looking at the sky, you're reminding me, I'm trying to stay with it. I'm not asking a question, but I wondered if you had any sort of advice, comment.
Sure, yeah. What do we do when we don't have a good ability to visualize, which is very, very common, okay? So what's cute is when you said, I'm not having the same experience everybody else is having. You have no idea the experience everybody else is having. There could be many people just like you going, I'm not visualizing. I've had friends for years, they can't visualize anything. They've told me there's nothing going on. Like, I've tried. And so you do the best you can. And what I'd recommend is to also engage in some type of purification practice, like a Vajrasattva practice, if you've ever heard of that. So I do that every night anyway. It's good for any time you learn this practice, and there is something on my website connected to the YouTube channel of me leading a weekend in France just on Vajrasattva, how to do the practice. So you could watch that and learn, because it's very effective for purification. And Rinpoche says once you learn Vajrasattva practice, it's a deity, represents purification, then Rinpoche said, you're crazy not to do it, okay? Because it purifies anything. And we all need purification. I mean, I don't know your mind, but we really need to clean. But you could specifically think about when we regret what the things we want to purify, and it could just be from today. It could be from the past week. I might have a looming negative thing I did or said that I wanted to purify. I could say, since beginningless time, I want to purify in my mind. But I do it every evening to kind of clean up, keep at bay, whatever kind of stuff I've messed up, and the fact that I don't have a direct perception of emptiness alone, and you could directly say in that for whatever obscures my visualization. Like, I'd really like to clean that, and I do know people that have had better results in the future cleaning. But what you can do is experiment a little bit regarding visualization with something you're really, really, really familiar with, and see if you can close your eyes. And I'll give you an example. I started meditating, focusing on an apple, because that was so familiar to me. And somehow I could hold the apple in my mind. Now, I had a lot of easy time visualizing, but I just used an apple to try. And so if there's something simple that's really familiar to you, see if you can bring that up in your mind. Close your eyes, try to bring it to mind, and see if that might help a little bit. And then you could try to move into something else like that. Because I know it's not easy, yeah. So you just keep trying.
Sorry, I just asked for your advice.
Please.
Before I turn into, sorry.
And your name is Puspa? Puspa.
So in the past, before I learned about Buddhism, I learned about meditation. And then one day, my partner shouting angry, and suddenly I feel surrounding by, the anger cannot approach me. And and then I saw him, I feel pity, I feel sorry for you.
But is that normal in meditation that you can feel suddenly there is aura or something barricade you so you cannot feel the anger of energy of that person to you?
Okay, so you're saying your partner got angry at you and you felt this sweep of energy, negative energy.
Yeah, but somehow I feel I cannot get angry with him. I cannot feel his energy. So usually when somebody shouting at you, your heart racing.
Yes.
But this time it feels soft and cold breeze. Kind of it's something barricading you.
Okay.
But
So you weren't as affected by it, of
yeah,
the anger.
I didn't affect
I mean,
it
I
by
think
it.
it's a good, I think it's something where, for instance, with emptiness, you realize they got angry, and then very quickly from training, you're kind of thinking, this is my karma. This came from karma, but sometimes it comes very quickly in the mind when you've studied a lot, and you just go, well, this is my karma. So there's really nothing there for me to get angry with. Like, I know this is coming back. I've done this to other people. I've yelled at other people. So it's just, and there's really, it doesn't affect us like that. So I think it's a very good sign if you're not as affected by some kind of peace in your mind that you realize doesn't affect me like that.
It's now I try to do meditation again, but it's difficult to be in that position again. So that's happening just accidentally.
Sure, and sometimes it does, like if you're meditating a lot or you're studying a lot or practicing a lot, we do get glimpses. We have these little tastes of little insights come. But the main thing is not to get attached to them. Just have a little like, okay, that's a good sign, and we just have to keep going. Just have to keep going. But that's an exciting space, I think, when we have these little insights. And the other thing that's helpful is in emptiness meditation, there's different ways to do, but the traditional one is we're analyzing through something called the 4-part analysis. This is at beginning, when we're first trying to get a taste, and it's in the empty. I also have a thing on my website where I lead an emptiness meditation like that. So, and what I've got, if you're interested, but this is a lot of words. What I did for students is, a lot of students ask me, there's so many beginner materials, intermediate materials, what do I turn to? So I put together what we call a cheat sheet of Lama Zopa Rinpoche style, I will say, but what I did is I put some of it in order of how you start prayers, practice booklets, but with the link, so you can just go right there, and there's the meditation, or there's the booklet that you can download. And but what I ask people to do is you start one at a time. You take one or two of the prayer booklets for like 2 to 4 weeks. That's all you're doing. You're not doing the whole list. And what you're doing is you're adding it into your meditation practice. And they're components. And I'll give you an example. A Lama Tsongkhapa Guru Yoga practice. Some of you already do it. But this kind of practice is a fundamental holder for my meditation practice. It gives me something to focus on, an image of the Buddha. Lama Tsongkhapa is our patron saint. But I just do a short, it's a few-page booklet, but it sets up that container for me to do, and it adds blessings for you. There's requests in the prayers, because we don't know the power of requests, that I'm asking for the Buddhas to bless my mind. That helps you to get the realizations. It helps you to do the meditation more effectively. So you put it all of this puts everything together for you, gives you a whole component of practice, because some people just want to sit, but then they don't have the blessing like that. So what I could do is email it to Chrissy, and then she could send it out. And then again, but you take it in bite-sized chunks. Slowly work through, give it, there's going to be components of it you look at and you go, I don't like that. You just try it for a couple of weeks and you go, no, I'm going to go to the next one. Let me see this one. And so I've got links also of a couple of them of tutorials on how you do them like that. So there is an emptiness meditation. There's a commentary I did on the Lama Tsongkhapa Guru Yoga, how do you do it? So there's a few things like that that could be helpful. And so with the emptiness meditation, the 4-part analysis is, and then I'll finish because I know we're out of time. The 4-part analysis is a traditional way we start. And what happens is when you call up the thing with your partner yelling at you, what happens is it often creates all of a sudden this sense in my eye, like somebody's yelling at me. Like, so you may not have a strong reaction, but you may feel, and so we use that to meditate on empty. Like I suddenly, that sense of myself, I'm going to analyze, because that's a sense of yourself that gets in the way of all your happiness. Like when, it could be somebody bumping into you on the bus and you go, hey. It could be that your family makes a plan and they're all going to go to dinner at this place, but you don't want to go there, and they know that you don't like that place, but this is where we're going. And you go, why didn't anybody ask me? Like there's all kinds of little, your boss is yelling at you. It's all these moments when that I, that sense of yourself, comes rearing up like, hey, what about me? It also comes up so there's moments of anger, comes up in moments of deep fear of, you almost get, and so that's the object that you start using for the first part, and then it talks about how to analyze, and so that's one way to do, and so that experience could be helpful to be like, whoa, there's the I, because that's the hardest part of the meditation, is finding that object like that. And it's an object you're not going to find as you analyze like that and look for it. So, but there's other nice experiences of, that's why I'm trying to just lead in a little bit with the nature of your mind, especially encountering hassles, because why is life such a hassle? Because this is one last thing I want to say, and we'll stop, is what's going on when I ask where does your suffering come from, is most people are focused in our world, it's outside of me. She's causing it, he's doing this to me, they did this, and Buddhism, we're an inner being, it's my mind. And it is hard to swallow sometimes that it's my mind when I'm suffering. So this is the biggest leap, is then I need to get to know my mind to understand what's going on in my mind. And there's a beautiful, blissful space of awareness that is really your mind. And right now what happens is all the delusions are cluttering up that, and I get hooked in them, I get stuck and trampled by them at times, and stuck in them and buried under them. And so that's what's really nice, is sometimes if you're looking far out at an ocean or something, and you just kind of some expansive view and just let go and let the mind kind of be like that space, it can be really helpful to just sit like that sometimes to do meditation. So let's stop there for today. And I want to thank you so much, everyone, for your kind attention, your meditation. We'll do some more meditation tomorrow. We're going to talk about pride and depression and perfectionism, and what do I do when things are not going the way I need them to be, the way I want them to be. So we're going to cover the other things, and may we dedicate whatever merit, all the positive energy we've created today, whatever positive energy we've created, can we invest it and dedicate it to our reaching that place of full enlightenment, Buddhahood, so we can benefit all living beings? Can we dedicate it to all the wars all over the planet and any world system to be ended immediately, completely? For all the starving beings around the planet to have enough food, clothing, shelter all the time? For people to be peaceful, happy, supporting each other? For His Holiness the Dalai Lama to live a long life in very good health and be able to teach when and wherever he would like? For the Chinese to loosen their grip on Tibet, for the Tibetans to be freer and happier, and all the people in places like that? For all the minds of the world leaders who are dictators and totalitarian, may they relax their minds and merge them with emptiness and bodhicitta? For Rinpoche, Lama Zopa Rinpoche's swift return in the most optimal rebirth at the most appropriate time? And let's take out our dedication prayers. And I think we have these, so we have these little booklets. If you can pull the booklet out. Thank you, Chrissy. And we're going to go to page 21. At the bottom, we're going to read in English. I dedicate whatever virtues I've ever collected for the benefit of the teachings and of sentient beings, and in particular for the essential teachings of Venerable Losang Drakpa to shine forever. That's Lama Tsongkhapa, Losang Drakpa. And then often we make a brief mandala offering just to thank. We often do one in the beginning, one at the end. So just look at page 23, the brief mandala of thanks. We can read in English. This ground anointed with perfume, strewn with flowers, adorned with Mount Meru, 4 continents, the sun and the moon. I imagine this as a Buddha field and offer it. May all living beings enjoy this pure land. Idam Guru Radna Mandala Kam Nirata Yami. At the bottom of the page, may the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. And the next page. Through the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, also I dedicate all these merits in the best way that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so that I might perform the noble bodhisattva's deeds. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenresig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. And then we're going to turn to Lama Zopa Rinpoche's swift return prayer. Peerless teacher and assembly of the children of the victorious ones, Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, victorious Losang father and sons, along with the lineage masters, all the objects of refuge of infinite lands, please bestow the virtue and goodness of accomplishing this prayer here and now. Holding and spreading the Muni's precious and complete teachings through explanation and practice, you wore the armor of patience that is never discouraged. Incomparable Venerable Guru, to you I make request. While striving single-pointedly for the sake of the victorious one's teachings, the sole gateway through which all benefit and happiness emerge, and for mother living beings you suddenly departed to peace, what a great loss. Nevertheless, through the undeceiving truth of the blessings of the ocean of the 3 jewels and the great waves of bodhicitta of the children of the victorious ones, may the smile of a reincarnation swiftly beam in glory for fortunate disciples. Thank you very much. And we'll meet again from 10 to 12:30, 10 to 12:30 tomorrow, right? 10 to 12:30 tomorrow. Hope to see some of you. Thank you so much for joining, also in person and on Zoom. And have a good evening. And please watch your mind. And just relax with it. Just watch what's going on, whether good or bad, whatever thoughts come up. You can have some fun. Enjoy. Celia, is that your she shed?
Yeah, this is actually the lumber that you helped bring in the pouring rain a few years ago.
I remember, well, I was going to say, I remember you wanted to build it, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yep. Yeah, well, it's been put to very good use indeed.
Wonderful. I'm sure it's great. Wonderful.
Okay.
Look forward.
Cheers. Bye for now.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody. Hey, oh, Amy, I just wanted to tell you that when Candela came the last time recently, she's got a 12-year visa now for UK.
Oh, 12 years. Wow, I thought it was 10 years.
How? I don't know how.
Fantastic. Amazing.
But isn't that, I mean, it's very unusual, isn't it, for someone like her to get a long visa.
That's great. That's fantastic.
So she uses it a lot just to, on her way to the States or on her way somewhere, which is
Sure.
good for us.
That's great. And that's a great break from India for the trip, because it's a long trip. So you need to break it up somewhere. Yeah, unless you're on the...
She's got a very bad back.
Yeah, she does. Her body is, she told me her body's like, she looks great, but she goes, oh, my body's finished. It's just, I don't know. She's got some
Oh,
issues health-wise. Yeah, and she's not that old. And so, yeah, apparently she masks it well.
yeah. Okay. Bye bye, everybody. Till tomorrow. Hello, Tim. Tim appeared. There's Tim.